Why do you think so many smart, powerful people get so close?
He was a good salesman. He had some nice assets that he'd throw around, like islands.
A lot of very wealthy people don't own an island. Islands are really tough to maintain. Every rich person starts to wonder, can I afford it? Can I afford an island? Or how many jets? And if you look at Jeffrey Epstein's wealth, it was like gold beaten into gold foil so that it could cover a vast area and leave the impression of a solid gold life.
I never went to his island, fortunately, but a lot of people did.
Pilots recalled teenage passengers with no parents, no luggage, only fear on board.
He owns a private island over a mile away from St. Thomas, the main island, and it's isolated. He purchases that. He owns the jet that flew in to the airport, and he owns the helicopter and the boats that transported him and the women and children over to the island.
U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General Denise George, she put it bluntly, Epstein owned the whole supply chain, jet, helicopter, launch boat. Once you're on that island, there's no taxi to wave down. Multiple survivors like Virginia Giuffre and Sarah Ransom, they testified about what they saw.
I was abused by people that I can't even mention here. There's a lot of scars hidden behind those walls.
It's no secret that everything was recorded. I've also seen recordings in his office. There are videos that exist. The people that know they exist, I'm sure, are very frightened of them being released.
And remember Ghislaine Maxwell? How could we forget? She was the socialite turned enforcer. Court testimony shows that she handled all the logistics, recruitment, room assignments, school uniform costumes, passport confiscations, and in 2022 she gets 20 years for trafficking. But remember, not one client, not one, joins the defendant's bench.
Why has Maxwell been indicted on a conspiracy and no one else has been indicted? And Maxwell
I don't remember what I was doing.
Scores of underage girls for 25 years. And she was only indicted on one count of child trafficking.
Little St. James, it was a factory.
Oh, I remember. I gotta buy the
video able to bend a prince, a physicist, or a Fortune 100 CEO to whoever.
I gotta buy the barn.
You were joining this secret club. Right. You got to be made a man in the mafia, and you get to do crazy things. No. It's only if we have compromise on you. You get ahead.
You see it in games where you have to prove your loyalty and you have to do something that now they have that control. It's so that when they raise you up the ranks, they have that blackmail on you. And that's what this whole story is about from the beginning.
Zoop.
Now we get to 2006.
21. I needed 25. I don't think I'm gonna have it.
They deliver a 53-page probable cause dossier to the
What
FBI.
day is it?
Sworn victim
Fucking
interviews,
Tuesday.
phone logs, even
Shit.
trash can DNA. Instead, what do the feds do? Federal prosecutors under Alex Acosta, they strike a non-prosecution agreement. Who ever heard of that? Epstein pleads to state charges, serves 13 months in a county wing with daily work release. Even a guy for bookmaking gets more time than that. The deal also grants immunity to any potential co-conspirators, whether they were known or unknown.
The barn is
Years
25.
Later, Acosta tells Trump's vetting team it was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence. We were told to back off.
Alex Acosta, he was the
car
Epstein
wash is
prosecutor
20.
in the initial case where Epstein was, given a wrist slap and let off. Then he was asked by the press, well, why didn't you go harder on Epstein? Why did you let him go? He said, I was told
No,
to back
I'm gonna
off
wait.
Epstein
I'm getting
because
the
he
barn.
belonged to intelligence. The fact is Epstein has been running through these CIA networks for 40 years, but there's also all the international networks. He belonged to intelligence, meant just U.S. intelligence, although there absolutely was U.S. intelligence, but there could also be a role of Israeli intelligence. There could be a role of UK, British intelligence. There could be a role of Saudi intelligence because he was
just
working
one more
with
day.
Khashoggi in Saudi Arabia, appeared to have deep ties to the royal family in the UK, and of course appears to have links to many aspects of Israeli intelligence.
In 2002, Vanity Fair writer Vicky Ward, she turned in a profile naming whistleblowers Maria and Annie Farmer. Editor Graydon Carter removed the allegations after a private meeting with Epstein. Why? What happened in that meeting? Security staff, they told NPR and New York Magazine that a severed cat's head and a bullet were later found at Carter's home. Where's the Godfather? Don Corleone, a severed cat's head. Not a horse head, but a cat's head. Do you believe this? Yet Carter still denies intimidation. Not intimidated by a severed Cat's head. Internal compliance memos. They show that Deutsche Bank classified Epstein as a, quote, high risk in
What is it?
2015
Strawberry
after
balls.
spotting millions routed through offshore entities. Regulars say the bank kept the account open until mid-2018, closing it only after the Miami Herald expose. When local police, a national newspaper, and a global bank all hit the same tripwire, and each time somebody cuts the fuse, that isn't luck. Something's going on. It's infrastructure. Somebody kept moving the safety net to wherever Jeffrey Epstein fell.
When that happens over and over again, you have to raise the question, is somebody running interference for this person?
The question isn't about the sex with the underage women. The question is really about why was he so protected?
A lot of these girls, and I've talked to a number of them, a lot of them are afraid.
Was this it,
We're not
right?
just talking Jeffrey
Strawberry
Epstein,
balls?
we're talking
Yes.
Some of the most powerful people in the world.
Pink.
Jeffrey Epstein trafficked underage girls for
All right, we could sell weed for a day.
Kind of
Look at that.
out of nowhere. Something is going on.
He was either running
First
his
customer
own
of the
blackmail
day.
business, or someone was using him as a front for that. I mean, I think we're kidding ourselves when we try to pretend that's not what was going
Holy
on.
crap.
I know the power that the Department of Justice and the FBI has. When they wanted to eliminate organized crime in this country, they came after us with a vengeance. With a vengeance. Believe me, they're very capable.
3,
they have the resources, they have the money,
6,
they have the strength behind them, and they turn a blind
14.
eye to human trafficking.
If you were going to use an intelligence asset to do something evil, to do something where you can get dirt on people or compromise people or accomplish an objective, you would get someone who's already f***ed up.
Oh, 100%.
And then you get that f***ed up person and you help them, run this cult, or you help them get girls.
But you
And
intentionally keep them separate. You're not hiring them. They don't work for you.
Right.
They're a private entity.
If he
It's like
wasn't-
layers of obfuscation.
Like, if he wasn't personally a pervert, it wouldn't work.
Oh, not a chance. No.
Like, think about, the guy gets arrested for having sex with underage girls or getting them to do happy endings or wherever he did. So he gets arrested. The real weird thing is that he just gets out and gets, house arrest. Yep. And he gets, a little slap on the wrist, and then he's back in action with all these rich people again. Really rich, influential people. Like Bill Gates is hanging out with them after he's already been arrested and convicted.
If you're an entity that wanted full control, you wanted to control the votes of a senator, of a congressman, of a judge, or you wanted to control the money of a billionaire, or you wanted to control some royalty, if you wanted that level of control, you get them on film with the 12-year-old, you control them forever.
August 10, 2019, 6:30 a.m. Manhattan's Metropolitan Correction Center, a place I'm very familiar with, by the way. Spent 7 months there. Jeffrey Epstein is found unresponsive in his cell. He'd been on suicide watch for 6 days after an earlier incident that he had.
A greenhouse.
Prison's policy, he was transferred
Oh,
to
greenhouse.
a low-security special housing
Oh my
unit
God.
and left
I was
with a
thinking of
bunk
like a
bed,
greenhouse
cameras,
where they grow
2
plants,
corridor
not a
cameras
house that
outside
is
the cell,
painted
all
green.
of a sudden malfunction at the same time. The prosecutors
All right,
later told
never
the court
mind.
the footage was unusable. Why? Since when?
Looking for
Where
a
were the
greenhouse.
guards? Well,
in
both
the
night officers
boibs.
admitted that
There
they
it
were
is.
shopping online
There it
and
is.
dozing
That
off.
one's
Both
nice and
security
green.
Cameras glitch
Look
out.
at
Both
it.
Security guards fall asleep. The visitor
Hey, man,
log
are you
page is
Chris?
ripped out of the notebook.
They falsified 75
You want 8 of
rounds
these?
in the logbook, a felony count they pled guilty to in 2021. The autopsy, New York City's chief medical examiner ruled it was a suicide by hanging. However, Dr. Michael Baden, a former New York State pathologist that I have a lot of respect for, by the way, he was present throughout the family's autopsy. He
This
testified
fucking
the
guy.
hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage, they showed multiple fractures that are more consistent with homicidal strangulation than a self-inflicted hanging.
It's alright,
Believe me, he
I
did
made
not
some
commit
dough off of it
suicide.
anyway.
I was in that cell. It was all, you'd have to be a midget. There's no place to hang yourself on. Trust me when I tell you this. I'm not saying this for any other reason other than it's the truth. I experienced it. I was there. The cameras go dead. The guards are dozing off. It's nonsense. You couldn't even go to the sit on the toilet there without them walking back and forth. Trust me on that. Public reaction, same as mine. Hashtag Epstein didn't kill himself dominated social media for months. It eclipsed every other thread in the story.
Cameras didn't work, and then the tapes were accidentally deleted from the first time he attempted suicide.
I don't think there's any way in hell he killed himself. It was definitely a murder.
We've been fuming on this
Sure.
conspiracy for so
Yeah,
long.
we've got footage and you're getting it. Then you can make up your own mind. killed himself, not killed himself? Was there a guard there? What was going on? To me, that's all
Yeah.
just basically
What is
a
that
mirage
bloody
for
guy
the bigger
just ran
problem that's
past
going
me?
I've tried not to focus on whether or not Epstein killed himself. I think that's kind of a red herring. What we need to focus on is justice for these victims.
And here's the media trick. Argue suicide versus murder long enough and nobody starts to ask who lost access to the tapes.
Tens of thousands of
Dude, that
hours
guy
of
fucking attacking
Epstein
me
and
really
his
pissed me
people
off.
having sex with underage children. Where are
Finally,
the,
wanna
I
buy
want
something, huh?
arrests. I want those people. Kill himself, that's okay. We're not stupid. We know what happened. If they say he killed himself, whatever. Maybe they gave him an ultimatum, Adam. Maybe they're like, hey, listen, we're going to shut the cameras off. You at least better do it, or else it's going to be hell or high water for you. So maybe, I don't know. I don't care at this point. I want the customers.
Where are the tapes? Why is everyone talking about the flight logs and the files? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taping people to blackmail them.
The FBI agents, they removed dozens of CDs and hard drives from Epstein's Manhattan townhouse 3 weeks earlier, each labeled with a name and a date.
The FBI drilled Epstein's safe after he was arrested, and they took out anywhere from hundreds to thousands of DVDs.
And we know they did that, and yet no one is asking for the tapes.
Defense lawyers in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, they confirmed none of that video entered into evidence. Why not? Why not? My friends, that's textbook misdirection. You focus the country on a bedsheet knot so no one else asks who controls the compromise. Until the perpetrators on those drives
It would be
justice,
nice if you could
versus murder is a side
renegotiate.
The main plot is who just lost and who now controls the leverage of
At
a
the
lifetime.
job site, like, hey man, if you take 2 more for
we
20
circle
more
back
bucks.
to Eric Weinstein's hunch that Epstein felt like a construct, but who was the engineer? Okay, Epstein the operator is mapped. Now the bigger mystery, who built the machine he ran?
Take half of all the time you spend thinking about Jeffrey Epstein, talking about Jeffrey Epstein, everybody, and spend half of that time saying, what do we think about whoever was behind Jeffrey Epstein?
There are 2 plausible theories that I believe, both sketched by career intelligence officers who know what they're talking about. Theory number 1. It was a state-run access operation. Seasoned intel people point out the whole operation feels like classic access work. You can't recruit a president or a prince, so you recruit the guy who parties with them, Epstein. Mossad shows up in various rumors and speculations because Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, he died while under investigation as a longtime Israeli asset. And contractors who installed Epstein's townhouse cameras, they told reporters they were, quote, from an Israeli security agency. But CIA and MI6 veterans, they also say the tradecraft looks familiar to every major service. One ex-agency analyst put it to me like this: if a foreign shop is collecting blackmail on U.S. leaders, Langley's first instinct isn't outrage, it's do we already have a copy? In other words, more than one flag could have been on the play.
If someone wasn't exploiting what he had available to them, somewhere there were any number of people who weren't doing their job. And I've seen this and that administration come and go, and this particular Senate committee come and go. All these people are temporary. The agency is eternal. They have the same kind of incentive that everything else does, which is to survive and grow. And any kind of information, any sort of fuel that will allow them to do that is necessary.
My suspicion is that, like, there was probably American intelligence agencies that were aware a plot was being planned. Did they purposely let it happen so that this could, or were they pushed to let it happen? Or did they not take it seriously?
Hey, what's up, dog?
And then everyone at that agency who's in a position of power is going, this is my fault. I let this. Okay, we got to find a way to.
I
make
haven't
it seem
played
like
any of them.
this is not
I'm
on
sure
our-
I
my
would,
suspicion
just
is
because
that is
they're
most
funny and shit like
conspiracy
that.
stuff,
They're
where it's
probably
like there's
well
some
made.
incompetence, and then someone trying to cover up incompetence.
But I've
and
never
that
played any
leads
Lego games.
to
Why
this
you got one?
insane conspiracy because this person
Like a Lego Star Wars one or something you want me to play?
Agent blackmail merchant. Picture Epstein as a data broker in human vice.
Lego
Royal
Batman,
video
I will
goes to
check
one
it out.
buyer. Silicon Valley footage goes to another. Political leverage
damn it, I gotta
is
wait
sold
for
by
my...
the terabyte. One former NSA agent told Vanity Fair Epstein didn't care who the customer was, as long as they wrote the check. Governments, hedge funds, opposition researchers, you name it. He didn't need a single puppeteer when the market itself kept him in business. That's the bottom line. And here's what we can actually see in the paper.
Still got 2 minutes, man.
Receipts. First, the flight logs. 30+ same-day international trips where Epstein's jet, it touched down in one country at breakfast and another by dinner. Russia in the morning, Israel that night. Wheels up again before sunrise. Anyone who's ever waited in a customs line, you know you don't move that fast unless somebody's waving you through. I know that for a fact. I'm always in customs lines. Over in New Mexico, county permits list a helipad engineered to Pentagon specs. Why is that? That's massive overkill for a private
I'll
chopper.
check it
But
out.
It's perfect if you want aircraft coming and going without ever hitting.
I don't know,
the
maybe I'll
public
find
runway.
another
Trial
Lego
exhibits yet
game I
another
could be
clue.
interested in.
Guest list. At least 6 researchers who held live Pentagon or DARPA
Guess I already
grants show
refilled
up
you,
as
huh?
visitors to Little St. James. Epstein, he wasn't just quoting playboys. He was collecting scientists working on government projects. Even the banks noticed the pattern. Compliance teams at J.P. Morgan and later Deutsche Bank, they flagged his offshore wires for review years before he was arrested. The alerts went upstairs and the account stayed open anyway. Put it together in a picture forms. It doesn't prove Mossad or CIA or some Bond villain startup, but it does tell us Epstein moved through airports, laboratories, and bank lobbies like a man who never expected to hear the word no. Somebody kept the lane clear.
Rather than trying to figure out what's true and what's false, just consider that there are a range of possibilities. That's what exists. And then try to calculate which of those range of possibilities seems more likely.
Can someone give us a definitive answer so that we can stop asking the question?
The Epstein case is very, very, very recent, and the people involved are all alive and well, and many of them in very powerful positions in the U.S. government and internationally.
There's a major yearning right now to get to the end of the movie where we find out everything that happened, you know? And I think it's great that people have that desire, and I hope more and more does come out. I think the truth is that with any intelligence operations, we're probably never gonna know all of the details of exactly what happened.
Look, Epstein's gone, but the hard drives the feds pulled from the townhouse, they're not gone. Whoever sits on that archive can still tug a senator's vote. It can nudge a tech billionaire's merger, maybe whisper in a judge's ear, who knows? Until those tapes surface, every powerful name on the Epstein list, and there is a list, is just one phone call away from cooperating. So no, we don't finish with a tidy answer. We finish with a to-do list. Follow the post-mortem money, his estate, the trust, the odd wire transfers that kept surfacing. Each one is a breadcrumb. Unseal the drives. Congress actually has the power to demand them. Why are they not demanding them? Public pressure, that's the fuel to make them try. We got to keep the pressure on. And watch the pattern. When you spot another overnight success, mysterious wealth, instant VIP access, legal problems that just melt away, ring the alarm, my friends, before they start wiring chandeliers with cameras. Because
yeah, I would think
unless
a
we
Lego
find out
game
who
would
held
have
the door
levels
open
kind of like a Tomb Raider type thing. Like this level, it's free roaming within levels.
of problems, but he didn't like Gotti and Gotti's crew for that reason. From what we were
If you
told.
say a Lego Batman
Then it
game,
goes
that's
a little
kind of
bit
what I
further.
would
There's
think.
an indictment that comes down on Paul Castellano. And allegedly that indictment was fueled by a wiretap on Angelo Ruggiero's phone. Now, Angelo Ruggiero was was a soldier under John Gotti. And they called him Quack Quack, remember? Because he talked. I knew Angelo well. I'll tell you a little story about Angelo, too. And so now the indictment comes down, and Paul Castellano is asking Neil Delacroce, who Gotti was very close with, for the tapes that Angelo Ruggiero had, you know, the wiretaps, because he had to get him in discovery. Well, they don't want to give them to Paul because the tapes were very damaging. John and Angelo, they were talking very negatively about Paul Castellano. Could have got him in real trouble, could have got him killed. So they're trying not to give up the tapes. I think John was honest with Neil and told him, Neil, look, we're going to be in trouble if he hears these tapes. You know, Quack Quack, he talks, and we weren't saying good things about Castellano. Paul keeps pushing him for some reason. You know, Neil was able to hold Paul Castellano up in giving up those tapes. He was able to hold him up until we got closer to the trial, or they got closer to the trial. But he had to give him up at some point. Paul was going to know about it, and that would have been really dangerous. So, John realizing this, we got to strike first. That's what happens in that life. If you know somebody's out to get you, you got to make the move first. Okay, so I will say that. But what happens is, according to what we knew on the street, Gotti did not get, he's taken out a boss. You got to get okay from the commission, from all 5 families. You just can't do it. You got to get permission. He wasn't able to get the permission from Chin, who was a very powerful figure, you know, from Fat Tony Salerno, the Genovese. He wasn't able to get permission. From what I was told, Persico didn't give him permission either. He didn't like it. You don't take out a boss like that. So he didn't get everybody's permission, but he went together. He went on with the hit anyway. I don't have to lay this out again. You know the story. Sammy Gravano, you know, he told the whole story of how it happened because he was intimately involved in that. Okay, they set it up at Sparks, the steakhouse in Manhattan. Bellotti and Castellano. Bellotti was the underboss. Remember, Castellano passed over Neil Delacroix to be his underboss. Gotti was very upset with that. Very, very upset with that. Well, what happened, Neil dies in early December. Now, when Neil dies, John knew he was in trouble because he had to give up those tapes, and once he gave up those tapes, it was over for him and his crew. He knew that, so he acted first. But again, he didn't get permission from all of the bosses in New York. So some people didn't like what he did, especially Chin. He was upset, and so was Persico. I remember him because I talked about it with him when we were in MDC together shortly after this happened. He wasn't a fan of Gotti's, quite honestly. So now they do the hit in front of Sparks. You've seen it 1,000 times, don't have to go over it. And boom, shockwaves. Castellano's hit all over the news, everywhere. That's all you heard. You know, I have to tell you something. I got to interject. If we had social media back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, all over social media, every single day, you would have seen something about myself, my former associates, my father, Gotti, you name it. It would have been all, it would have dominated social media because every day in the newspaper, you read about some of us. Every single day. New York Post, New York Daily News, Long Island Press, Newsday, you know, all the papers. Every single day there was something about one of us, one of the family. Who knows? If there was social media back then, mob stuff would have dominated social media. Guaranteed. Now, we wouldn't have been on it, no question, but other people would have capitalized on it the way they capitalize on things today. People outside of the mob, maybe, you know, the Jerry Capicis of the world, the reporters, they would have been all over talking about it because we dominated, you know, the media during that time. But still, front page of every paper, Castellano was hit, so on and so forth. I'll never forget. 3 days later, I'm in MDC. A lot of guys were locked up during that time, you know, and Paul was on trial during that time. So this stuff was coming out, or it was about to go on trial, something like that. But, man, it sent shockwaves, and a lot of things changed. We know what happens. Gotti gets promoted to be the boss of the family. And what happens there? You know, he was immediately targeted because everybody, the FBI, they had this, they knew that it was Gotti right off the bat. So now the quest was proving that Gotti was involved in the Castellano hit. Now, you know, a lot of times they say that Gotti caused the downfall of, you know, the mafia in New York. And I disagree with that. It was Rico that caused the downfall. Rico did the damage, and Giuliani led that charge, no doubt about it. But Gotti didn't help, because after the Castellano hit, I mean, the intensity on Gotti was, forget it, it was off the charts, because they knew. And when the intensity came on Gotti, well, it stimulated all of the FBI, of course, to go after everybody. It reawoke, I would say, not that they weren't on top of it, because remember, back then, I believe there were 12 to 1,400 agents that worked all 5 families. And among the 5 families, we had about 758 guys. So you had almost 2 agents for every family member. And of course, we had a lot of associates. But that's how intense the FBI was in the Department of Justice on the mob back then. So the Castellano hit just made it even more intense, no question about it. And of course, Gotti and his crew suffered the most damage as a result of that, but it was widespread among all of the New York families. Now let me say this about Castellano. I don't believe he was well liked. You know, Andrew Russo, again, the acting underboss, and Tom DeBella were pretty close with Castellano. Now, how do I know this? Because oftentimes, as I was a recruit, and then later on when I got made, I would drive them to meet Paul Castellano quite often. I was their driver, and I would take them around. They met with them a lot, and I think they had a pretty good relationship. I do, at that time. As a matter of fact, I know they do. They did. But he wasn't well liked, Paul. He was seen more as a business guy, and he wasn't really a street guy. If you watch Gotti 1996 HBO, you'll see that comes out. Neil Delacroix, played by Anthony Quinn. He says it in a sit-down that they're having. You're not a street guy. Come on, you're a business guy. And he was very tight with money. Very, very tight. I think at one point in time they said that, he was taxing his crew. 10% of all the money that they made on the street had to be delivered to him at his Staten Island home, which they called the White House at that time. People were even insulted, I remember, because a lot of people said that he wouldn't even invite them into the house, just leave the envelope and go. And they resented that. And then I believe he raised his tax, if you want to call it, to 15%. And a lot of the men were upset about it. So Gotti, within the family, did have support for killing Castellano. He did, within his family. Not all outside of the family, but within his family, he did have support. So, when he was shot, a lot of people were happy about it. Hey, who cares? He wasn't a street guy. It was this or that. And another thing happened. An incident happened. It was found out that he had to get he had erectile problems, and he had to get that fixed. And it became news on the street. And when that happened, people lost respect for him even more. He was having a relationship with his housekeeper at that time. He was married, having a relationship with his housekeeper that people didn't like. So there was things about him that, hey, you know what? Nobody's going to miss him, kind of a thing. I think a lot of people were upset, Gotti especially, when Neil Delacroix was passed over by Carlo Gambino, and when he put his brother-in-law, Paul Castellano, as head of the family, instead of, promoting Neil Delacroix. And he did it for a reason. I think Carlo wanted to take the family more in the business direction than the street direction. Neil Delacroix, he was a street guy. He was a tough guy. That was it. He wasn't a business guy. And Carlo wanted to take the family in a different direction. That's why he put his brother-in-law in there. So there wasn't a lot of love lost when Castellano was hit. I remember when we were in MDC, like I said, 3 days later, I got locked up and they gave me no bail. So I was in there for several months at that time. And there was a lot of talk about it. And a lot of people resented the fact that Gotti acted. A lot of people did. But a lot of people said, hey, Castellano's not going to be missed. He was cheap. He was this, he was that. And then the word started to, people started to not be hesitant to talk about him. But he wasn't well liked. So, but it was a big deal during our time that he was hit. What followed after that. Gotti was under constant scrutiny, and he decided to play it up. Teflon Don goes to trial a couple of times, beat a couple of cases. And by the way, I think he beat 3 cases. I beat 5. So I had him beat by 2. But I wasn't a Teflon Michael. He was a Teflon Don. But intense scrutiny on him and the whole Gambino family and all 5 families in New York. We really got it. The RICO statute came down on so many people. And people, I want to tell you something. I have some information and evidence that I'm going to be releasing fairly soon. A couple of things. Very dear friend of mine, Michael Sessa. He was a Colombo guy along with me. Very, very dear friend. Good guy. Vic Arena. Vic and I always didn't get along. I knew him since I was a kid. He was around my father, but he was a prominent figure in that life. Well, I'm going to tell you this. They got railroaded, the both of them. And I'm going to be talking about this very soon. As a matter of fact, I want you to tune in this coming Thursday and Friday. I am going to make some revelations that are going to blow your mind. It's going to continue. Now, how corrupt the FBI could be. How corrupt prosecutors could be. Horrible. It's going to blow you. It's going to make your hair stand on end when I get into this. And I'm telling you this. I'm going to say it straight out. There's a lot of influencers out there that create these dynamic things just to get views and clicks. I don't do that. I'm going to give you facts. I'm going to give you information. And I'm going to dare anybody that I'm talking about to sit with me on it, because I'm going to show them the proof. I'm going to accuse them to their face. Exactly. And I'm talking about prosecutors and ex-FBI agents, and maybe current FBI agents, Comey being one of them. A couple of them that are still around that caused some tremendous damage during their time as a prosecutor, as an FBI agent. As a matter of fact, the whole Colombo War that started afterwards was a result of FBI instigating that war through somebody I knew very well, a government informant. Didn't know it at the time, Greg Scarpa Sr. It's gonna blow your mind, people. I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. And I've just come across this information, and it just really hit me, because for a while I didn't believe it. I said, no. But then the evidence started coming out, and I'm going to be sitting down with somebody very soon who's going to tell you the story, and it's going to blow your mind. The FBI had information that could have saved lives, and they sat on it because they didn't want to destroy some of the cases that they had brought forward, because the information would destroy their cases, because their cases were built on lies, and they didn't want to ruin that. And they allowed people to die as a result of that. That was back then. I'm not talking about the current FBI. That was back then. So, when people say to me, Michael, you know, you may not believe this thing about government. Are you kidding me? I wrote the book, Mafia Democracy. I know what these people are capable of. I know what the Department of Justice is capable of when they corrupt people in their leadership. I understand it more than anybody. My family was victimized by that, so I get it. But I bring facts, and I bring evidence. I don't bring hearsay. I don't bring innuendo. I bring facts, and I bring evidence. So, one of the very significant days, stay tuned. I want you to stay tuned this Thursday. It's coming out, and Friday. Two very, very important videos that I'm bringing forward, and there's going to be a follow-up to all of it. And yes, it's all mob-related, for all you people, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. It's going to go beyond how innocent people were killed as a result of corruption in the highest levels of our government, our Department of Justice, I should say. Terrible people. Terrible. And the only way to stop this is by holding people accountable. And I said this, I'm going to say it again. You know what? The Mafia, we were amateurs compared to what goes on when there's a corrupt Department of Justice official. Amateurs. Because they destroy lives. We might have destroyed our own lives. That's up to us. We fed on each other. Yeah, okay. But innocent lives are being destroyed as a result of corruption in the Department of Justice, in different agencies under the control of the Department of Justice. It's disgusting. Some of these people are scum of the earth, and I'm saying it. I'm sorry. But when you hear what happened, you'll understand that. And I guess, you know, very significant day. 40 years ago today, Paul Castellano was killed. Shockwaves. We're going to get into it a little bit further. So, again, you know, an anniversary, an infamous anniversary, but a day that so many people that are into the mob genre and understand it are aware of. But I made some very, very definitive declarations right now, and I'm going to back it up, people. I'm going to absolutely back it up. And I've done my homework. I've done my research. I've got my evidence, and there's going to be more to this. More to it coming up. All right, my friends, how do I always leave you the same way? Never going to change. Be safe. Please be safe. You know, watch your surroundings. Be healthy. I think it's great that more people are talking about being healthy than ever before. At least that's what I am seeing. That's what I'm witnessing. Be safe, be healthy. God bless each and every one of you. Enjoy the Christmas season. Enjoy it. It's a blessed time of the year, hopefully for most. And, yeah, I'll see you next time. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. God bless you, your families, your loved ones, your neighborhoods, and your communities. God bless America. And yes, I'll see you next time. Take care.
All right, I'm mixing up as much as I can.
In my former life on the street, we had a code. If you had a problem with the guy, you handled that guy. You didn't go after his wife, you didn't go after his kids, and you certainly didn't hurt the guy who swept the floors in his building. If you were reckless, if you caused what they call collateral damage, you didn't get a pass. You paid the price. But in the world I'm about to show you, those rules don't apply. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who didn't just shut down a business. He looked at 85,000 families, secretaries, janitors, mailroom clerks, people living paycheck to paycheck, and he decided they didn't matter. He ruined their futures just to put a notch on his belt. His tactics were so dirty, so underhanded, that when the Supreme Court looked at the case, all 9 of them, the most powerful judges in the world, they all looked at what this man did and they said, you went too far. They threw his case out in the trash. Now let me ask you this. If I did something reckless on the street and brought that kind of heat for no reason, what do you think would happen to me? Well, I'll tell you what happened to this man. He gets a promotion. They call him a legendary prosecutor. I call him a hitman with a law degree. And the scariest part isn't what he did in the past. It's that he's out there right now teaching the next generation of lawyers that winning is more important than the truth. He may not be a household name, but he wrote the playbook on how to weaponize the justice system against American citizens. And you probably don't even know who he is. Hey everyone, welcome to another Sit Down with Michael Francis. Hope everybody is doing well. All is very good, very blessed on this end. And as always, my friends, I give all the praise, honor, glory, and thanksgiving to our God for that, especially around this Christmas season. You know, people, I have had a mistrust of government basically my whole life. And obviously I have reason for that. I grew up under a legendary mob figure, my father, Sonny Francis, the underboss of the Colombo family at one point in time. I've witnessed, you know, to what levels the government will go to get somebody that they really want. They will cross the line. They will do things that they shouldn't be doing. They will break the law when they need to. I've witnessed that. I believe my father was framed on a case, given a 50-year prison sentence. I know that for a fact, and I'm not going to get into all of that now, but I saw my family destroyed as a result of it. And I've always said, listen, the government does their job honestly and obeys the laws like they're supposed to. They're not supposed to break the law to get the lawbreaker. They have many tools and weapons, and they got all the money in the world to get people the right way. And when they cross that line and cause, you know, the damage that they cause not only to the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, but to the family, is just wrong. And I've witnessed some terrible things throughout my life, and I still have a mistrust of government, and for a good reason. You know, we can go into a lot of things. You know, the JFK cover-up, you know, the Epstein cover-up, all these things, you know, we know of. But I want to talk about something that's so disgusting, so despicable, that happened to a good friend of mine. His name is Michael Sessa. He's doing over 30 years. He's doing it because of just a terrible, terrible prosecutor, corrupt prosecutor, a corrupt FBI at that time, and we're going back to the 90s, and a corrupt Eastern District of New York prosecutor's office. Just corrupt. And I'm not saying this because I feel that way. I'm saying this because the facts support it. And I want to talk about one in particular. His name is Andrew Weissman. This guy, I have to say it, people, he's the scum of the earth. He absolutely is. He destroys family. As a prosecutor, he suborns perjury. He'll do anything necessary, and he's even said that. He'll do anything necessary to put a notch in his belt and to go after people, whether they're guilty or not, doesn't matter to him. He's out there to destroy, to build his own career.
Fucking Shoujo.
So bad,
I don't know what the fuck that noise you just made, but it scared the hell out of me. Oh my god. There was a ghost in the house.
To go after Trump, you know that he's got to be unscrupulous, without a doubt.
Meow, come here, little one.
Bad guy. But don't base it on what he's done to Trump alone. That's not what this is about. This
Holy
is about
fuck, she scared the crap
just
out of me.
Bad person. These people need to be held accountable. They must be held accountable for their actions, because if we allow government officials to break the law, to go after the people that they think are lawbreakers, then we're in trouble. We have anarchy. That's true anarchy. That's not a democracy anymore. That's not a democratic republic anymore. Not at all. And this guy has violated the rules throughout his career. And every time he does it, he gets a promotion, or it gets better for him. And in the meantime, he destroys lives of innocent people. My friend Michael Sessa is one of them. What they did to him was tragic. Now, I want you to watch this. This is a two-part series. I'm going to go through something today specifically on Andrew Weissman, and then I'm going to bring an attorney on that's really going to shed light on all of this. And you're going to be shocked. You're going to be shocked, and you're going to be as outraged as I am. And, you know, I have nothing more to say about that other than to bring this to light. You know, to understand the playbook, you have to go back to 2002. The country was in a panic. The Enron scandal had just broke. Billions of dollars had vanished. People lost their life savings. It was a disaster. The public was angry. They wanted someone to blame, and the Department of Justice needed someone who was willing to get his hands dirty to give it to them. So they appoint a man named Andrew Weissman to run the Enron task force. And he zeroed in on a target, Arthur Anderson. Now, for the young people watching who don't remember, Arthur Anderson wasn't just some shady back alley operation. This was the gold standard of accounting. They had been in business for 89 years. They had 85,000 employees worldwide. You know, Weissman had a theory. He claimed that because some employees at the firm shredded documents related to Enron, that the whole firm was guilty of obstruction of justice. Now, in the mob, if a soldier steps out of line, you punish the soldier. You don't take out the whole family or the whole neighborhood. But Weissman, he decided to indict the entire company. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that an accounting firm is built on trust. He knew that the second he announced that indictment, the trust was gone. It's what lawyers call a corporate death sentence. He didn't need a trial. He didn't need a jury to say guilty. He just needed to push that indictment through. And just like that, it was over. Clients fled. Banks pulled their funding. 85,000 people. I want you to really think about that number. That's a stadium full of people. Secretaries, IT guys, janitors, people who didn't even know what Enron was. They lost their jobs. They lost their pensions. They lost their medical insurance. Weissman got his win. He stood over the body of Arthur Anderson and took a victory lap. But here's what the twist is that really makes your blood boil. 3 years later, the Supreme Court took a look at the case, and they didn't just disagree with Weissman. They embarrassed him. It was a 9-0 decision, unanimous. They said his instructions to the jury were so flawed, so twisted, that it wasn't even a fair trial. They said he didn't even prove that the company knew what they were doing was wrong. The conviction was overturned, but you can't overturn an execution. Arthur Anderson was already dead. Jobs were gone, lives were ruined. In my world, if you make a mistake that costs the family millions of dollars and brings heat on the boss, you don't come home. But in the Department of Justice,
Hello?
Andrew Weissman didn't get fired, he got promoted. Now you might be sitting there thinking, okay,
check on the
Mike,
cat.
maybe he
The
just
cat's
made a
making weird
mistake.
noises.
Maybe he got a little too excited with Arthur Anderson. You can't judge a guy's whole career on one mistake, right? People, let me tell you something. In the life, if a guy messes up once, it's a mistake. If he messes up twice,
Where's Shoujo?
it's a pattern. And Andrew Weissman, he
What are you
has
doing?
a pattern. A couple of years after
What's your
destroying
problem?
Anderson, Weissman went after 4 executives from Merrill Lynch. The case was about some barges off the coast of Nigeria.
Okay,
It was a
she's
complicated
getting
business
ornery.
deal with Enron. Now, usually, if a business deal goes bad, you sue each other. It's a civil court. But Weissman, he treated it like a mob conspiracy. He charged these 4 men with fraud and conspiracy. He threw the book at them. These guys went to prison. They were taken away from their families. Their reputations were destroyed. Weissman chalked up another win. But watch what happens next. A year later, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals took a look at the case, and guess what? They overturned the convictions. They said Weissman had stretched the law, something he does all the time, beyond what it was meant to do. Basically, he took a normal business transaction and he twisted it until it looked like a crime. He didn't find a crime, he invented one. But inventing crimes isn't even the worst part. The worst part is how he wins. Defense lawyers have been screaming for years that this guy plays dirty with something called Brady material. Now let me break it down for you. Imagine we're playing poker, but I'm the dealer, and I'm the only one allowed to see the deck. In a court of law, if the government finds evidence that proves you are innocent, let's say a witness who says you didn't do it, or a document that clears your name, they are legally required to give that to you. That's called Brady material. I'm very familiar with that with my dad's case. We screamed about it all the time. But that's the rules. But the accusation against Weissman is that when he finds that card, the one proves that you're innocent, he doesn't show it to you. He sticks it up his sleeve. He hides the evidence that could save your life. He's playing a game where he can see all the cards and you're playing blind. And that's exactly what he did to my friend Michael Sessa. We're going to get into that, and I want you to stick around tomorrow to listen to the travesty that this Andrew Weissman played on a fellow by the name of Michael Sessa. 33 years in prison. Shouldn't be there. And it's not just hiding evidence, it's threatening witnesses. You testify against your boss or I'm gonna indict your wife. You sing for me or you'll never see the kids grow up. I know these tactics. I had them used against me, but I was a racketeer. I was the bad guy. This guy is supposed to be representing the United States of America. So you have a prosecutor who destroys companies illegally, who stretches the law until it snaps, who has a reputation for hiding evidence. In any other job in the world, this guy gets fired. He gets canned immediately. But in Washington, D.C., they looked at this record and they decided he was the perfect man to investigate the President of the United States. Fast forward now to 2017. Donald Trump is in the White House. The political establishment is in a panic. They couldn't accept that an outsider had won the presidency. They couldn't accept that the American people had rejected their system. So the left decided to declare war on his presidency. They threw everything they had in their arsenal at him. You gotta admit it. You saw the phony impeachments. You saw the non-stop leaks. You saw the media smears. But the biggest weapon they had was the Russia collusion nonsense, and we have seen evidence come out now, and it's being investigated now, that it was all nonsense. They wanted to convince the world that the President of the United States was a traitor. They didn't care whether it was true or not. Now we know today that it was all a hoax. We know the evidence was manufactured. We know it was paid for by his political opponents. It was a political hit job disguised as intelligence. But to sell a lie that big, you can't just use a regular prosecutor. You need a guy who knows how to destroy a target even when there is no crime. So who does Robert Mueller hire to run the show? He hires the pit bull himself, Andrew Weissman. Now, to this point, Andrew Weissman has never been accountable for all the lives he destroyed. Not one bit. He gets promoted. So now, hold on a second. This is a guy who was at Hillary Clinton's election night party in 2016. This is a guy who sent emails praising the acting attorney general for defying Trump. He wasn't a neutral investigator. He was a political operative with a badge, and he brought his death penalty playbook with him. He treated the justice system like a shakedown. It wasn't enough to go after Trump. They went after his family. They went after his business. They went after his home. He sent SWAT teams to raid the houses of people who weren't even dangerous. Why? To scare them, to break them. He used process crimes as a weapon. He'd find a small technicality, a lie about a meeting, a forgotten email, and used it to threaten them with decades in jail. Look what they did to General Michael Flynn, a 3-star general, a war hero. They ambushed him in the White House, told him he didn't need a lawyer, and they walked him into a perjury trap. But that wasn't enough. They threatened to indict his son if he didn't plead guilty. What was he supposed to do? They bankrupted him. He had to sell his family home just to pay his legal bills. That's not prosecution, that's destruction. Look at Paul Manafort, a friend of mine. They threw him in solitary confinement, never arrested in his life. That's where you put violent criminals or a mob boss who orders hits. Why did they do that to a political consultant in a suit? To break him, to torture him psychologically until he gave them something on Trump. And look at Roger Stone. They sent 29 FBI agents, SWAT teams, frogmen, helicopters to raise the home of a 67-year-old man. They tipped off CNN so the cameras would be rolling. They dragged his wife out into the street in her nightgown. For what? For a processed crime? No, it was theater. It was designed to terrorize anyone who dared to support the president. You know, the left talks about, Hitler tactics. They use them. They brought their pit bull in to do all of this. Everything they're blaming Trump for is what they did to Trump and others surrounding Trump. And his history, Weissman, goes way back. He did it in the mob, he did it with Enron, and he's doing it now. He did it now, I should say, to the President of the United States. And let's talk about destroying evidence. When the Department of Justice Inspector General came looking for the text messages of the Mueller team, guess what happened? Records show that the members of the team accidentally wiped their phones. You believe in that? I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. They claim they entered the wrong passwords too many times. What are they, retarded? All of a sudden, that's the excuse? We let them get away with that? They claimed it was a glitch. Listen, people, where I come from, if you wipe a phone before the feds can see it, that's called obstruction of justice. We go to prison for that. But when Andrew Weissman's team does it, it's just an accident. He spent 2 years and $32 million of your taxpayer money trying to pin this Russian nonsense on the President of the United States. And what did he find? Nothing. No conspiracy with Russia, no obstruction charges, despite having the full force of the FBI, despite wiretaps, despite dragging the president's family through the mud. For a guy who is famous for inventing crimes, even he couldn't manufacture this one. But here's the part that really blows my mind. After failing to take down Trump, he writes a book. He says, we made mistakes. We pulled our punches. We didn't do enough. Are you kidding me? You raided homes. You destroyed reputations. You paralyzed the country with a hoax for 2 years. And your excuse is, we made mistakes? In my life, if you take a shot at the king, you better not miss. Weissman missed. But unlike on the street, he gets to walk away clean. Let's look at the scorecard. Weissman destroyed Arthur Anderson illegally. He had the Nigerian bar's convictions overturned. He spent 2 years and $32 million on the Mueller probe and came up empty. Now in the real world, if you were a doctor and you lost every patient or a pilot who crashed a plane, you wouldn't just be fired, you'd lose your license. You'd be done. But Andrew Weissman, he didn't get fired. He got a golden parachute. He walked out of the DOJ and straight into a contract with MSNBC. Of course, he became a professor at NYU. Think about the message that sends. This man is teaching law students. He's on the national TV every night, lecturing you about justice. He's acting like the moral authority of the country. But here's the thing about arrogance. It makes you blind. You start to think you're untouchable. Everything they talk about on the left, nobody is above the law. They promote a guy who always believed he was above the law, who subverted the law, who did everything illegal to put a notch in his belt, and he gets praised and he gets promoted for it. You start to think the rules really don't apply to you, and that is when you make a mistake. Andrew Weissman went on Twitter and accused a former Trump White House lawyer, Stephen Passantino, of coaching a witness to lie. He didn't have proof. He just threw it out there to sell his book. But this time he wasn't protected by his DOJ badge. He was just a private citizen running his mouth. Passantino sued him for defamation. Weissman tried to get the case thrown out. He used every trick he had. But a federal judge said no. The judge ruled the case moves forward to discovery. If you've never been through a federal lawsuit, let me tell you, discovery is a nightmare. It means Andrew Weissman has to sit in that chair, raise his right hand, and answer questions under oath. He has to turn over his emails. He has to explain his sources. He can't hide behind classified information anymore. For 20 years, he was the hunter, but now he's about to find out exactly what it feels like to be the prey. You know, throughout my life, I've learned
How you
difficult
doing,
and painful
buddy?
truth. The bill always comes due. You can run for a year, you can run for 10 years. I did some bad things. I evaded justice for over a decade, but sooner or later, I had to answer for my actions. Andrew Weissman spent his whole career destroying people. He destroyed the life of my friend. He subverted perjury. He's absolutely corrupt. Information that should have been presented at the trial, Brady material, that would have ended in my friend going free. He hid it. He subverted the truth. He suborned perjury, along with the FBI. And that's why I want you to pay attention. This is going to get more involved when you hear from the attorney. What he has to say is going to make your hair stand on edge. He spent his whole career destroying people, this Andrew Weissman. He treated the justice system like it was his personal weapon. He thought he was the hero. He thought he was untouchable, but now he's facing a federal lawsuit. He's going to be deposed. He's going to be cross-examined, and for the first time, he won't be the one asking the questions. He's going to learn that when you strip away the badge and the title and the TV contracts, you're just a man. And if you broke the rules, you're going to pay the price. This story isn't just about Andrew Weissman. It's about a system that allows guys like him to exist, a system that rewards the hunters and forgets the victims. Arthur Anderson is gone, and for those thousands of innocent families, the damage is permanent. You can find a new job, but you can't replace a pension that took 30 years to build. These people lost their security. They had to walk into interviews with a stain on their resume that they didn't cause. Those families were robbed of their future. We can't fix the past, but we can stop pretending that this is justice. They call him a legendary prosecutor. I call him a cautionary tale because in America, nobody should be above the law. Not the president, not a mob boss, and certainly not the man who thinks that he's the law. But the real danger here, it isn't just Andrew Weissman. The danger is the message his career sends to the rest of us. Because when you see a prosecutor destroy 85,000 lives and get a promotion, when you see a man hide evidence, and a man is doing 33 years in prison because he subverted evidence, and he suborned perjury. You see him get a TV contract? It breaks something in this country. It tells the American people that the game is rigged. There's one set of rules for the political elite, and there's another set of rules for the families that they destroy. And once people believe the game is rigged, they stop playing by the rules. They stop trusting the institutions. That's what's happening in our government right now. We see it all over the place. These people need to be held accountable. When we talk about Trump going on a revenge tour, it has nothing to do with revenge. It's accountability. When people use false information, people in leadership, people that were swore to take an oath, to abide by the rules and work for the benefit of the American people, when they look to put a notch in their belt and they do it for their own personal gratification and they destroy people's lives like they did with my friend Michael Sessa and so many others. We talked at 85,000 people that lost their jobs, destroyed innocent people because of this guy. He's the scum of the earth. They stopped trusting the media. They stopped trusting each other. I spent 20 years in a world where winning was the only thing that mattered at times. It didn't matter who you hurt for some people. It didn't matter for some people whose businesses you ruined or whose family you might have destroyed. As long as the boss was happy and looking at Washington today, looking at the tactics of men like Andrew Weissman, I have to ask myself, what's the difference between the guys I used to run with and the guys running the Department of Justice? It's why I wrote the book, Mafia Democracy. The Mafia is in Washington, D.C. The Mafia is in these prosecutorial offices throughout the country when they have a corrupt guy like Andrew Weissman who's there to destroy lives. At least on the street, we had the decency to admit what we were. We didn't pretend to be saints. But these guys, they put on an expensive suit, they go on primetime television, they sit there and lecture you about right and wrong, like they're the guardians of the law. But don't let the suit fool you. A wolf is still a wolf, even when he's wearing a badge. People, look, this guy needs to be held accountable. My friend needs to be released from prison. When you hear what the attorney has to say, and you're going to hear that tomorrow, when you hear what he has to say, how this Weissman suborned perjury, how he hid information, exculpatory information, the Brady rule, how he worked with a corrupt FBI agent who was charged with murder, complicit with Greg Scarpa. You know that name, okay? When you hear how the prosecutorial office in the Eastern District of New York, how they hid all of this and even more. I'm telling you, the damage that they did, not only to my friend, but so many people, it's going to make your hair stand on edge. I've said that a few times, but it did that to me. I couldn't believe it. The cover-up, the length that they'll go to put a notch in their belt, put people in jail that were innocent, destroy lives. Look, you know, I get passionate about this because my family was impacted by it. And I know you're going to say, oh, come on, Michael, your dad was this. Look, no disagreement there, but I stand by this. The government is not allowed to break the law to go after the lawbreakers. Think about it. When that happens, they can allege anybody that they don't like is a criminal or engaged in criminal activity, and they can break the law, suborn perjury, be corrupt, do what they need to do, destroy families, threaten witnesses, anything they need to do to win. When that happens, we're all in trouble, people. We're all in trouble. So I want you to stay tuned for tomorrow and listen to what this lawyer, David Schoen, I'm going to mention his name, has to say. This Andrew Weissman is the scum of the earth. He destroyed a very dear friend of mine's life and family up to this point. And it's time this guy is able to come home. And we're going to talk about it now. It was such an injustice. More so, or as much or more so than with my dad. You know, look, I went to jail for a crime I committed. I did my time. I paid my fine. But this man shouldn't be in prison. We need to talk about it. We need to pursue it. And I'm doing everything in my power to try to get him home. This was the scum, Andrew Weissman, the scum of the earth, who tried to take down the President of the United States. The President of the United States. They did everything to Donald Trump. That whole Russia collusion was nothing but a myth. A myth. And they put Andrew Weissman, scum of the earth, to do a hatchet job on the president And the information was so bad they couldn't even do it. Andrew Weissman, the worst of the worst, couldn't even do it. That's how bad the case was against Donald Trump. And all of these cases that they put against him, you know, like Donald Trump or not, I don't care. You can call me whatever. Okay, but I look at things the way they are. I don't know Donald Trump. I got nothing to do with him. I look at things the way they are. And man, this was the biggest farce in the history of the presidency as far as I'm concerned, what they did to him. That's it for today. How do I always leave you, my friends? Same way. And I'm sorry for getting so passionate. But you know, I just cannot tolerate this. That these people are not held accountable for destroying lives. They just don't care. And then they get promoted for it. It's despicable conduct. This Andrew Weissman, he should be in jail. He should be in prison for the lives that he destroyed for the rest of his life. Because you can't make up for those lives. You can't make up for the time that he caused, you know, to take away from people and their loved ones. You just can't make up for it. He's the scum of the earth. Be safe. Please, watch out for guys like this. Be healthy, my friends, especially through this Christmas season. And yes, God bless each and every one of you. God bless your friends, your neighbors, your loved ones. God bless your family. And God bless America, because America needs help. We need help from guys like this, from corrupt leaders like this that want to lead this country astray in the wrong direction. A beautiful country like America that was built on biblical principles. Deny it all you want. It's the truth. Do your homework. Do your history. This country, America, was formed on biblical principles. God-given principles. And yes, my friends, I will see you next time. Stay tuned. Merry Christmas. Love all you guys. Bye-bye.
Weissman would just sit back in his chair and say, F the evidence, I don't care, indict the guy. He's just a sick guy, in my view, completely corrupt and morally, ethically bankrupt. One of their informants had come in and admitted to that murder, told them flat out that Michael Sessa had nothing to do with it. They refused to dismiss the charges. Almost all of the relevant evidence that would have proved his innocence was withheld from him. And I said, how can you laugh about this? He said, because Weissman is so evil, there's no other reaction you can have but to laugh. They say, well, the government's aware of their obligations. I always say, yeah, they're aware of their obligations, they just have no intention of fulfilling them. She wrote a lengthy, almost treatise about how bad this corruption was, how deeply it went, and all of that, and still nobody was held accountable for it.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Sit Down with Michael Francis. Hope everybody is doing well. All is very good, very blessed on this end, my friends. And as always, I give all the praise, honor, glory, and thanksgiving to our God for that. And today I have a special request and a prayer that I will continue after this is over. I'm going to have a very important guest on today. He's an attorney. His name is David Schoen. And he's a pretty well-known attorney. He's been around for quite a long time now, doing some great things. And he's one of the good ones out there, and I mean really good one, because he stands up for his clients and what he believes in. And he represents a very dear friend of mine, Michael Sessa, and who's been behind bars now for over 33 years, and it's a terrible, terrible injustice what's gone on with him. And you might have seen the posting, the video that I did about Andrew Weissman, who I believe is one of the most despicable human beings that ever walked the face of the earth. Bad guy, destroys people's lives, frames people, does everything that you can imagine. I did this whole video on him. I want you to watch it. But he was the one that impacted my friend, Michael Sessa. It's got him behind bars, shouldn't be there. He should be on the street, tried to destroy his life, destroy his family and everything else. And David is representing Michael, and his next plan is to somehow appeal to, to Donald Trump to see through this injustice, this terrible injustice that's been going on now for over 33 years, and hopefully be able to give Michael the justice that he deserves. And it goes for Vic Arena too, who was, you probably know, he was a former associate of mine. He's in jail too. He should be out. I mean, these men are suffering. They've suffered in a way that you can't even imagine. And I know what it is to be put behind bars for a crime you didn't commit. Not me. I did my time for a crime that I did commit, but my dad did 40 years on a crime that he did not commit, destroyed our entire family. And these people should not be allowed to do this. People in government should not be allowed to destroy people's lives. They're there for a purpose. And the purpose is to uphold justice and uphold the laws, not to subvert them and go along with them because they want to frame people and destroy their lives. Shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be done. So David is going to talk about this case in particular. Michael Sessa is going to talk about it. He's going to tell you the injustice that was done by Andrew Weissman, the FBI, Greg Scarpa, Lynn Del Vecchio, people you might be familiar with, the corrupt FBI agent that engaged in murders. He murdered, along with Greg Scarpa, a captain in my family, the Colombo family. These two men instigated the entire Third Colombo War. And many of my friends were killed and put behind bars, and they shouldn't have been. These people, the FBI actually instigated the Colombo War. And the proof is there. And I'm going to tell you something, people. I am not somebody that just throw things out there. I have proof of this. I have evidence of this. And after we work on this with Michael Sessa, my dear friend, and David explains to you what happens in that case, we're going to take this a step further. I'm going to show you how corrupt the FBI was back then, how many lives that they destroyed. And this goes beyond what you can even imagine. Even imagine how they, in order to hide their corruption, they very possibly caused the death of 3,000 innocent people. And I'm not going to play my hand at this point in time. We're going to get into it a little bit further. We have people like Andrew Weissman, who to me, I'm sorry, the scum of the earth. Bad, bad, bad guy. James Comey, Lynn Del Vecchio. Bad people. These are bad people. The fact that they took Andrew Weissman and put him on the Mueller investigation should tell you how much these people wanted to destroy Donald Trump, because Andrew Weissman would do anything. He would suborn perjury. He would hold back information. He would create lies in order to convict somebody, and then he'll brag about it afterwards. He's the scum of the earth, people. And you see, when I get uptight like this, you know that there's a reason. And I don't speak out. I would love to have Andrew Weissman on. I would love to. You know what? It's like, maybe unlike some other people, you know, on social media, influencers, when I say I have information and I want to face the people I'm accusing, I want to do it because I'll back it up with facts and with evidence. And I think some of you know what I'm talking about, what I'm leading into. But listen, with no further delay on this, I want to introduce David Schoen, great attorney, representing my dear friend Michael Sessa, who should be out of prison. He does not belong there, and I hope we can appeal to our president, who knows right from wrong, who understands justice, who knows how corrupt this system could be. He's been a victim of it. And I hope that, he looks into this case and really does the right thing here, because my friend should be home. Okay, with no further delay, David Schoen. All right, David, really a pleasure to meet you, and thank you very much for coming on. As you know, I have a very dear friend of mine that's been away for a long time, and I know you're the attorney that's handling it for him, and I'm sure you might have seen the video that I did on Weissman and all the lead up to this, and I'd really like to get into what I consider the injustice that's happened in Michael Sessa's case. So if we can start with that a little bit, you begin wherever you think it's appropriate, and let's get into it.
Thanks very much, and thanks for having me on. It's a very important subject. I've said that this case is the single most corrupt example of corruption in the Department of Justice of any case in history, and I really believe that. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone who knows anything about Andrew Weissman, because I've also said and believe that, in my view, he's the single most ethically bankrupt prosecutor I've ever come across, let's say, in my experience. Back in the day, when he was operating in the Eastern District of New York, some of the lawyers, including Jerry Shargell and others, referred to him as the pathological liar from the Saturday Night Live character, and that's really how he operated. They would tell stories about him not giving something up in discovery, but then planting it on the lawyer's desk during the trial, saying the lawyer had it all the time. And he's really behind this Michael Sessa, Vic Arena prosecution, the so-called Colombo prosecution back then, along with John Gleason and others who had, maybe similar ethical perspectives. End justifies the means in their view, but Andrew Weissman really stands out. So, I don't know how much detail you want to go into about the case, but Michael Sessa has been in prison now for over 33 years for a crime he did not commit. Some evidence of that I would suggest to you is, for example, he was convicted of a murder. A person named Mr. Coluccio. His widow, Mr. Coluccio's widow, has said from day one that she knows that Michael Sessa did not commit that murder. Period. End of story. But there are so many things that demonstrate the corruption in this case. I'll skip ahead for one moment. Later on, many years later, when some of the corruption was being exposed, Andrew Weissman was singled out by Chief Judge Sifton in an order in which he found that Weissman's ethical view was so myopic that he really should be reported to the bar for not turning over things. In fact, in this case, another assistant United States attorney gave an affidavit saying that she approached Weissman about evidence that should have been turned over in her view, and that he said, no, that's not something that had to be turned over. And that was his default, apparently, always, not turning over exculpatory and impeachment evidence. So in Michael Sessa's case, even before he was charged in the case he was convicted of, he was set up in a case which they knew was false. He was accused of dressing up as a Hasidic Jew and committing another murder, even though the prosecutors know that someone else, one of their informants, had come in and admitted to that murder, and it told them flat out that Michael Sessa had nothing to do with it. They refused to dismiss the charges. Eventually, it fell of its own weight, but the same people were involved, Andrew Weissman and others. Anyway, in this case, he was charged with a murder and convicted in a relatively short trial, and almost all of the relevant evidence that would have proved his innocence was withheld from him. And in fact, when just some of that evidence came out after his trial, every other defendant who was facing charges for the so-called Colombo War was acquitted when that evidence was used and put before the jury. 4 different cases. So that just gives you sort of a thumbnail sketch. But for example, in Michael's case, we found out long afterwards, many years afterwards, when doing a post-conviction motion, that at the very time he was arrested and before his trial, the New York Police Department had a file, an investigative file in the case. They were investigating the murder, and in that file was evidence, witness statements, accusing somebody else of committing this murder. A whole list of people that they believed, that the informants believed committed this murder, including Gregory Scarpa, who we now later learned was a cooperating witness with the government, was out on the street committing murders with license from, my view, based on all the evidence I've seen, Weissman, Stambolidis, and DeVecchio, the agent, the corrupt agent in the case. So that's just one thing. That alone should have been enough to overturn this conviction. The fact that others were suspected in the case, including one known killer, and that was never turned over to the defense, should have been enough. But the other evidence was also compelling, including thousands and thousands of dollars of payment to witnesses who testified falsely against Michael Sessa, hiding convictions, serious convictions for rape and otherwise, for one of those main witnesses against Michael Sessa, all kinds of things. But eventually, I mean, probably the most scintillating, whatever the word is, fact that came out afterwards was that the FBI agent, who was the lead agent in the case, Lindley Del Vecchio, was then indicted for 4 murders associated with this case. Shocking. Now, during the trial, the case was dismissed against him, but in my view, again, that was a set-up deal. They dismissed the case, the prosecutor, because he said they had reason to believe one witness lied. It was a multi-witness case. There was abundant evidence on each of the murders against DeVecchio. No prosecutor, I wish prosecutors, in my cases, would dismiss a case because a witness lied. It was a routine lie. I'm not even sure it was a lie. It was just that one witness told a different story on 2 different occasions based on misrecollection. But I think that the fix was in with that. To their credit, afterwards, the local prosecutors stood up for Gregory Scarpa Jr., who was a primary witness. And again, in my view at least, it hardly could get more compelling than that. Gregory Scarpa Jr., the son of the so-called underboss, Gregory Scarpa, who was, we now know, committed 50, 60, 100 murders, who knows, with license from the FBI for many of them, and Andrew Weissman. His son came forward and inculpated himself in a murder he was never even accused of in the past, in order to tell the full story about how Linda Vecchio, the FBI agent, would participate in crimes with his father, Gregory Scarpa Sr., including murders, including the stakeout, the murder prominent young woman, nurse, and other cases. Presents that would be exchanged between Scarpa Jr. and DeVecchio. Just stuff that's real. It has been the subject of books. I still don't think all of the facts have come out. And but they stood up for Gregory Scarpa Jr., saying that he was telling the truth all along, at no benefit to himself. I don't know. That's a little bit of an overview of the case. Not sure what else we should talk about, in detail.
Well, David, let me tell you this. I'm sure you know my background, but these were all my friends and associates back then. And with regard to Greg Scarpa, obviously I was around him all the time. We were both captains back then, and he talked quite often about the murders that he committed. He would brag about them, among us when we were sitting down having a glass of wine, whatever. And of course, we didn't know he was an informant at that point in time. Of course. But between him, Andrew Weissman, Comey, John Gleason was on one of my cases. I know this crew very, very well, and I agree. I think Andrew Weissman is the most despicable human being out there. I just don't understand how they keep getting away with this. I just don't understand. And now this guy Weissman is a professor teaching people about the law. When they bring him in as his bulldog, he hides exculpatory information. He frames people left and right. He gets overturned by the Supreme Court and everything else. They just keep moving him forward. I don't understand how this can continue with this guy. And now my friend and your client, doing 33 years for a crime he shouldn't be in jail for at all, and this just continues. It's unbelievable. It really is.
My friend also, besides just my client.
Yes.
I think very highly of Michael Sessa. No, it's true. I met once a couple of years ago with a prosecutor who worked at Maine Justice with Weissman, where he went after this. And he said to me he felt the same way. And this is a guy coming from the DOJ. He said he can see Weissman sitting in his chair. He was talking about a case where a guy was also unjustly indicted in a case that Weissman headed up. And he said Weissman would just sit back in his chair and say, F the evidence, I don't care, indict the guy. That sort of thing. He's just a sick guy, in my view, and completely corrupt and morally, ethically bankrupt. And the idea that they used him on the Mueller Commission really, to me, was the linchpin of how I knew how bad that commission was. Everybody who knows this guy Weissman has to, if you have anything to do with him in the context of a case, you have to see just how checkered his sense of ethics and so on is. Even the prosecutors who have worked with him, they laugh at him at times. I was talking to a guy who told me about a deal Weissman broke with a client, and he was chuckling. This is a lawyer. Now, I don't happen to have a high opinion of many lawyers, to be perfectly frank, but I was shocked that this guy was laughing about something like that. It was a deal would have set a guy free or, send him away for the rest of his life. And I said, how can you laugh about this? He said, because Weissman is so evil, there's no other reaction you can have but to laugh. I disagree with that kind of reaction, frankly, but I hear the guy's point. He is that evil. But here to have, the widow of the person who was killed standing up for Michael Sessa to say he just didn't do it. And she knows he didn't do it. They were friends. She knew the friendship and so on. But the stories about what DeVecchio and the prosecutors allowed Weissman to do are just shocking. You may well know, Frankie Spiracco has come forward and written a long letter describing it. And he has said, look, he was a top echelon confidential informant, as they call them, TECI. I know you know this very well. And he has said that these agents and prosecutors gave him license, Frankie Spiracco, license to commit 12 murders on the street. And this is how they practiced. They fomented this so-called war within the Colombo family. DeVecchio picked a side. Remember, he was caught because when somebody was killed, he slammed his fist down on the desk and said, yes, we're going to win this thing. The other agent said, we? Who's we, Lynn? What's going on here? And that's how it started, the unraveling of him. But there was still no accountability for him. The only semi-accountability is that the Justice Department was required to change all of the rules on the handling of confidential informants and cooperating witnesses because of this case, because of the corruption in this case. Nobody could bring back the lives that were killed. Grancio, I can go on and on, name the people, innocent people who were killed because of this corrupt relationship in order to serve Gregory Scarpa's agenda or Lynn DeVecchio's agenda.
Well, no, many of my friends were impacted by this, and it looks like to me now, that it was DeVecchio and Scarpa that instigated that whole, Third Colombo War. They did it all.
Yes, I think so.
It's unbelievable. I remember having a conversation with Jerry Shargel, who represented my father on a couple of his appeals, and he mentioned Weissman back then. You know,
Yeah.
I think this is such a long history with Weissman and these guys. I just, you know what, David, I don't want to sound naive because I've been on the street for so long. I just don't understand how this can keep going on, and yet there's no accountability to it. I'm so angry about all of this because I didn't realize the extent of it until Michael started sending me all this information, and I see how bad it really was. And how do
that's
we
the
hold these
important thing.
people accountable?
And you're someone who knows this system. Can you imagine? The public out there doesn't believe this could happen. They think a prosecutor is honest, decent, and so on. They have no idea any American ought to be offended by what happened in this case. Not to say Michael Sessa was a choir boy or something like that. That doesn't matter. Everyone's entitled to presumption of innocence. He was charged with a crime he didn't commit, and he's given up 33 years of his life over that because of that. And nobody cares. You know, that's what it seems like. One judge after another. One judge sat on it for years. That judge died, turned it over to another judge. Within 2 weeks, she turned down his petition because many of the judges in the Eastern District come out of that prosecutor's office. They don't want to believe this about Weissman, or they know it and they've covered it up all these years. I don't believe for a second that John Gleason and George Stambolitis don't know just how bad Andrew Weissman is. I know this prosecutor, Ellen Corsella, who worked on the case, does. She provided an affidavit. But you say no accountability. I think part of the problem is the system. The judges don't take it seriously enough. You ask for Brady material, they say, well, the government's aware of their obligations. And I always say, yeah, they're aware of their obligations, they just have no intention of fulfilling them. And the judges let them get away with that all the time. I also think part of the blame lies with the lawyers. The lawyers aren't willing to really go to the mat to take down a prosecutor who's corrupt, because they'll say, well, I have another case with him, or I have another case with the office, or they're going to hold it against me, or the judges don't care. You've got a couple of judges there who care. Judge Corman, he cared. And that's why he allowed all of the evidence that came out to go before the jury in the following case, the cases that followed Michael Sessa and Vic Arena, and all of those people were acquitted because of it. He also wrote about Gregory Scarpa Jr. and the risk that he faced and how he came forward and was truthful. And finally, in around 2014 or 2016, he entered an opinion finding that it's very likely that DeVecchio and these folks provided information to Greg Scarpa and others that got people killed. All that. Still no accountability, but at least it's out there now. If you were to read, and I'm sure you have, but if the public were to read Leslie Crocker Snyder's lengthy opinion, she was assigned to be kind of a special investigator after the DeVecchio case was dismissed. She wrote a lengthy, almost treatise about how bad this corruption was, how deeply it went, and all of that, and still nobody was held accountable for it. And so, you know, Michael Sessa's been trying to get out based on this evidence. Nobody will give him a hearing even on this evidence. They point back to a hearing in 1997 when Judge Weinstein, even back then, before this stuff was really known, said this is a close call. But he refused to overturn the conviction. And since then, in his opinion, by the way, he didn't believe it would be possible that an FBI agent would have been feeding information to a mobster to commit murders and all of that. That just didn't seem possible. Well, of course, after that, we know 100% it was true. And still no judge gives a hearing, and they say, well, Judge Weinstein was a great judge. He found all of that. Judge Weinstein would be turning over in his grave if he knew the evidence that actually had come out. I appeared before him once in this case, and he said to me, well, I wouldn't believe anything Carmine Sessa ever said. Carmine Sessa was a primary witness for the government and source of information for the government. Why didn't he tell that to the government back then? At one point, Judge Weinstein, who was a great judge, you know, in comparison to others, sort of threatened me. I went forward with Shargel and with Ben Brafman, each had individual clients, and I wanted to file a Rule 33 motion and then save the 2255 if we didn't get relief. He said, well, if you don't file them both at once, I won't look kindly on you. I'll never forget this experience. I said, well, I'm sorry to hear you say that, Judge. By the time I got back to my office, he faxed me an apology. He was wrong. Michael Sessa was entitled to get 2 bites of the apple. It didn't do him any good because the judges don't seem to care. If I were a judge and I saw this kind of corruption, I would say not in my system. You cannot allow this kind of conviction to stand if you care at all about the integrity of the system. It tears down the integrity of the system for anyone who cares enough to look at it. Period.
Well, David, it's funny you talk about Weinstein because I remember back in the day, we all wanted to be in front of Weinstein because we thought he was one of the few judges that would buck the prosecutors. He would.
That's right.
He would stand on principle at least. So it's at least it's good to hear that. But man, that whole department was corrupt back then. I mean, I was indicted by them. The whole department was corrupt. My father, we tried for years to get him out on a case that David, I'll tell you this. My father was no angel. I was no angel. But that case that he got 50 years on, my dad was innocent of. No question in my mind. We went through every witness. Every witness told us, exactly what went down, that my father was innocent on that case. We can never get the case overturned. And we were in front of Judge Jacob Mishler at that time, who gave my father, 50 years, 225 running wild back then. And when I got indicted, they put me in front of Mishler.
Wow.
And he hated me because there was some story out there. The FBI came to me on the eve of one of my father's, hearings in front of Mishler. They came to me, they took me out of my office, and they drove me around and said, "We have word that you have a plot to kidnap Judge Mishler's daughter." Dave, I didn't even know he had a daughter. It was total nonsense. I said to him at the time, "Did you make the judge aware of this?" He said, "Yeah, we had to," they told me. And I said, "What did the judge say?" He said, "Well, I'm not believing it, but I'm not discounting it." That's on the eve of my father's motion in front of him for a new trial.
Yep. And a judge in that position has no business sitting on it. Same thing happened with Judge Garifas. They accused this guy, Vincent Baciano, of having...
Hey, hang on, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
And the judge stayed on the case. It wasn't true. A guy made up the story, but they stay on the case. This is where you say, nobody cares. They figure with your father's case, well, if he didn't do that, he must have done something else. The end justifies the means, and that's not how our system works. And you ask about accountability. So I mentioned before, Chief Judge Sifton makes this finding in one of the Russo cases, and he said Andrew Weissman should be reported to the bar. His sense of ethics is myopic, and so on. The U.S. attorney, Weissman's boss, wrote Judge Sifton a letter, and he said, "Please, Judge, you've singled out Weissman. Please take his name out of the opinion. You could hurt this young man's career, so on and so forth." And Judge Sifton buckled to that. I have a copy of both of his orders and the letter from the U.S. attorney. That's pretty shocking. And if it had been included, maybe Weissman wouldn't have had this career that he's had, taking down so many innocent lives and hurting so many people.
And knowing all of this about Weissman, all the talk out there, knowing all of this, all the times he's been overturned by the appellate courts, they now bring him into the Mueller investigation to go at Trump.
Shocking, absolutely shocking. I said at the time, if I were to pick a lawyer who's the last guy in the United States that should be on that commission, if you want the public to believe in it, it would be Andrew Weissman. And he basically ran the thing. I mean, Mueller was out of it, as we now know, and knew at the time. There were all kinds of conflicts of interest in that commission anyway. But no, that's shocking. And to put him as a commentator on TV, and as you say, he's teaching courses, I saw that he was actually on the panel to give a seminar on ethics among lawyers. He went with a prominent firm from Chicago. Either they don't know about his background, they don't believe it, or they don't care.
Unbelievable. Well, what do we do now? Look, I have, and I know, David, you've been so, intent on this with Michael, helping him out for all of these years. What do we do at this point for him? I mean, it's such an injustice that this man remains in prison. It's horrible.
I'd like to think that the President of the United States would care about this, frankly. He's well aware of Andrew Weissman and how bad he is. In the first Trump administration, there are newspaper articles about this. There was a pardon considered for Michael Sessa and Vic Orena, and then apparently someone in the White House counsel's office pulled it off the table unfairly without ever consulting with me or trying to learn the facts at all. I think this is the kind of case that really ought to appeal to this president because he has the sense of justice that he has. To see, two innocent men in prison for all of these years. You take, Vic Arenas and has complete dementia, doesn't know who he is, where he is, any of those things. And so, I'm hoping that they really would be considered for a pardon. The only other alternative is seeking compassionate release, and so far, haven't gotten any place with that. The judges come out of the Eastern District Prosecutor's Office, and they don't care.
Yeah, Vic Orena, I know him since I'm a kid, 3, 4 years old. I mean, he was very close with my father for many, many years. And it's a shame. I mean, I understand he's in pretty bad health. He tried to get a compassionate release, and even there, they're stopping him. I agree with you. I think President Trump has a sense of justice. He knows better than anybody how evil these prosecutors can be and how they can work together, and even how corrupt the FBI can be at times. Hopefully that's being cleaned up at this point. But these two men really do deserve a break here, and man, I just hope it works out. I really do.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to stop with Weissman. You know, David, I take it personal. I just can't understand how somebody like this can keep going on and on and on and never be held accountable. You know, it's what I said about all of this stuff. People don't understand what they did to Donald Trump over these past 4 or 5 years, how they tried to destroy him, kill him, bankrupt him, his family. And people say, well, he's going on a revenge tour. It's not a revenge tour. It's an accountability tour. You can't allow these people in government to continue with this kind of behavior. They're destroying people's lives, and they're supposed to be fine, upstanding citizens upholding the law properly. And they just can't keep going on. And I pray that Trump, you know, really intercedes in this and gets this done, because it's a shame that it's continuing to go on.
Well, you're 100% right. Think of Letitia James. This is a person who ran for Attorney General of the state of New York on a campaign of getting Donald Trump. He wasn't even under investigation. And now she wants to cry that, oh, this is revenge and this is politically motivated and all that. Incredible hypocrisy. It's accountability, just as you say.
And what about Comey's role in all of this? Does it go deeper than maybe we talked about so far?
Yeah, I really don't know. I've never really gotten much information on Comey's role in this. I'm, very familiar with a number of other people, including.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry it took so long.
Federal judge John Gleeson, who was made a federal judge. I'll tell you an irony. Gleeson now, I suppose, in his effort toward penance for what he did as a prosecutor, became a decent judge in some ways on the bench. In terms, there's a famous case in which he ordered exculpatory evidence turned over. But now I read an article about him in the newspaper that he's actually doing some compassionate release petitions for people. So I wrote to him and I said, Mr. Gleeson, you know what would be the best way to fulfill this need or desire that you have? Go file a compassionate release petition for Michael Sessa and Vic Arena. Wouldn't even respond to me.
Did he respond?
Nope, never responded.
Well, you know what? I'd like to take a shot at that too, because he said some fairly good things about me after being on my case, and I'd love to even have him on and talk about it. You know, really, if he could participate in that and help in some way, you know, hopefully he'll dig down deep inside and understand, because he knows as well or better than anybody. Anybody that's around Weissman has to know what he's truly all about.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
Yep, you're right.
All right, well, David, listen, I appreciate it. I know what the next step is in your plan, and hopefully it works out. And any more support that I can give you, I'm here in any way, shape, and form. You know, my goal is, like your goal, to get our friend and your client out of prison, because he doesn't belong there. And we'll do what we have to do.
It's a very important story, and you're terrific to give it this kind of popular forum. It's very important. This is the only way the public's going to learn about these things.
No, that's
Thank you
it.
very
You know, and I'm telling you, I think in my lifetime, maybe you'll agree with me, I've never seen more people leery and questioning the government than ever before in my life. I think it's coming out more and more, because you know what it is, David? They're so open about it now. Yeah. It's like they don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
They're just so
Only
open.
two.
These guys get up and they lie and they lie and they lie, and they don't even care, and they have this attitude. I don't know what's going on. I've never seen it like this.
No, it's never been like this, I don't think. I think you're right. Well,
And
thank you very
people
much
see
for
it.
having me on.
Yeah, people see it. So thanks a lot, David. I appreciate it. We'll stay in touch.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All
Great
right.
job.
Take care now. All right, my friends. You know what? You hear these things and you say, did this really happen? In our criminal justice system, can this really
So this investigation just apparently got wrapped up on YouTube. It's about Avi Loop by Nick Crowley. Nick Crowley's a friend of mine. Avi Loop is apparently some sort of, it's an old airline type thing where they had, I remember that this was like a mystery from a long time ago, but apparently it is the most disturbing investigation on the internet right now. And apparently I won't sleep tonight. I got a lot of requests, and who am I to tell you no when you ask for a thing this many times? All right, lock in. Let's see what this is. All right. All right, so far so good. All right.
August 5th, 2011.
A channel appears on YouTube serving as a promotional page for an up-and-coming company called Aviloop, a brand that boasted unbeatable deals in the world of aviation. That same day, 4 videos were uploaded, each showcasing young women dressed as flight attendants, detailing some of the many services that Aviloop provided. These would be the only videos ever uploaded to the channel, as from that moment...
Bro, is this sex trafficking? Is the twist gonna be, oh, psych!
on, the page was abandoned, giving Aviloop a lifespan of just 1 day. The 1 day is all it would take to set in motion a mystery
1 day from some channel from like a decade ago?
that remains unsolved to this very day. A mystery surrounding the company at the core of this channel and the services that it allegedly provided, with no one being able to answer the seemingly simple question, what was Aviloop? And the more you search for answers, the more deranged this trail becomes. This is the story of Aviloop, YouTube's darkest mystery.
Alright, let's go, boys. Lock in. Oh, God.
So what are you waiting for, Captain?
Welcome to Aviloop, your collective buying website for anything aviation.
The formula for Aviloop's content was simple. A young woman stands in front of a static white background dressed in a flight attendant's outfit. They refer to themselves as deal attendants, and their job seems to be sharing information about this new brand, Aviloop.
We offer deals on flight lessons, pilot accessories,
So funny, they don't look like flight attendants. It looks like they're cosplaying as flight attendants.
fuel, FBO services, charter flights, and even small aircraft. You don't see that very often.
The brand marketed a number of unique aviation-related services, making them appear as a one-stop shop for anyone in the industry or just anyone interested in flying. Aviloop claimed to do it all, and at unbeatable prices too,
Our deals are usually 50 to 90% off.
promoting deals of 50 to 90% off.
You know, they are very young. I'm just saying. They are like very young flight attendants.
It hardly seems like anything mysterious, just your standard subpar ad from the early 2010s.
You know, I wouldn't have thought about this if not for the fact that this is apparently the most disturbing video on the internet, and child trafficking is probably the most disturbing thing on the planet. You know, that in Afghanistan. What's the difference, though? You know, some would say, what's the difference between Afghanistan and child trafficking? But that's crazy.
But the more you watch, the less clear it becomes what exactly Aviloop
Yeah, they look really young,
did.
man.
They left their business incredibly vague. There were no prices, no locations, and rather they just listed a bunch of flying buzzwords, offered at deals that seemed impossible. For example, they list fuel supply among their offerings, but how are they actually getting the fuel and providing it at 50 to 90% off? And where in the country or even...
That is a red flag. Look, man, if someone says, hey, I have an investment for you, you just invest here and you make automatically 50 to 90% on your investment, you just tell them, actually, no. Actually, no, thank you, sir. I will move on. Ain't no way. I am way too Jewish to invest in a deal that good. All right, because that shit's a scam.
world are they offering it? It just doesn't seem realistic. What they're saying sounds fine on the surface, but the more you think about it, the less sense it really makes. It just seems too good to be true, not to mention how bizarre it is that this unknown company could come in and offer literally anything you could want that's flying related, with such exorbitant deals. Admittedly though, this is easy enough to ignore, and play off as an ineffective or even deceitful advertisement. But there was something else that was much harder to ignore about these commercials. That being, the deal attendants themselves.
Oh shit.
Despite Aviloop claiming to be a professional
This is before AI, man. So these were real humans.
aviation business, it's difficult not to notice how cheap these women's outfits appear.
That's what I'm saying! It looks like they're cosplaying flight attendants, as opposed to actually being flight attendants.
They're clearly costumes rather than real flight attendant uniforms,
Yeah.
and they're clearly over-sexualized
They
too.
are.
They're essentially dressed as fetishized versions of actual flight attendants.
Right, with like the low cut and shit.
Which is bizarre, as one of the services that Aviloop claims to provide is staffing for flight crews, which would include actual flight attendants. Yet, for whatever reason, they chose to dress these girls in seductive costumes. If they were trying to make these advertisements look professional, they were failing miserably. And it was
like not looking at the camera. They're like looking at someone who's holding up signs for them to read, you know?
It wasn't only the outfits that had a strange
Probably
sexual
a
undertone to them.
coincidence.
It was also the script that the girls were reading.
Oh?
Whether you want to learn to fly, charter an airplane, or just see more girls like me, or to see
No way!
more girls like me, Aviloop can help. Aviloop can help. So what are you waiting for, Captain? And remember Top Gun? Clearly, your attractiveness increases with every flight under your belt.
No,
Bizarrely, the videos
under your
themselves
belt! Stop, bro.
filled with sexual innuendos.
That's weird.
Anyone who claims that humans were not meant to fly never experienced the thrill of their own successful landing. Get ready to fly big boy airplanes.
They were clearly trying to be more than a little flirty, which goes hand in hand with the outfits that they were donning. Now, some might argue that this was
This is some tiny channel with like a few thousand views on each video and then it disappears. Yeah.
a sign of the times. In 2011, edgy and over-sexualized marketing was still
This
very...
sounds like some like Jeffrey Epstein shit. Yeah. Because, like, you know, he had, like, a whole network where he would get, like, girls to recruit other girls for him.
Very much the norm, with several major companies building their entire brands around the approach. But the only problem here is that the videos made it unclear what Avi Loop was even supposed to be offering. Despite saying a lot, the lack of details made it entirely ineffective. Like the business itself was an afterthought, with the focus instead being on these women. In fact, even in the channel's description, they simply wrote, "Meet Avi Loop's deal attendant." This is the official page.
It's about meeting the attendants, bro. Okay, alright. Like, this could just be basic prostitution shit. You know, like just fetishized prostitution. Doesn't need to be child trafficking, right?
For a brand new company trying to promote its services.
Right.
And that's all they had to say.
Right,
That's how they
guys?
marketed their entire company.
Making some wonder what was actually the role of these deal attendants, and what was actually the purpose of Avi Loop.
The first and most likely theory at this point is that Avi Loop was an overambitious company that used over-sexualized marketing to build intrigue around its brand, at a time when others were doing the same thing to build success. Maybe they weren't even off the ground yet, and over-promising on services that they hoped to one day be able to provide. But for the time being, we're just throwing out there to
This
get...
is like a difficult market, okay? They're not like an advertisement agency for bumper stickers. Alright, they are providing a service that the layman cannot provide.
more people to visit their website. But with such a focus on these deal attendants, and just how strange these videos come across, some were left with a different theory. That rather than Avi Loop using sex to sell their service, maybe sex was their service. The theory goes that Avi Loop was a front for pornography or even prostitution, poorly hidden under the guise of this fake aeronautics company. This would explain the prominence of these deal attendants, as they themselves may have been the actresses or prostitutes. And it also explains the lack of information about the company itself, as the reason their deals and services don't seem to make any sense was because they weren't actually offering them. It was all just a cover-up. And honestly, just going off the eye test, this is how the page comes across. But there are other details that make this theory a lot more compelling. For starters, in numerous videos they mention an unusual...
We see images of these women. There's no way the FBI can't track these people down, right? Like, I feel like if this was actually like some sort of human trafficking, the FBI would know about it. These would be missing persons cases, right?
Feature of their website that users can vote for their favorite deal attendant and win prizes as a result.
You can vote for your favorite deal attendant and win special prizes.
With one of these special prizes later being revealed to be a one-on-one video call with one of these deal attendants.
Okay.
This shows that the deal attendants weren't just...
You know, I'm leaning more towards pornography right now, unless there was no pornography made. Right? Like, because ultimately these people, their faces are out there. The FBI would find them in an instant.
Just for marketing, they were a core part of the services offered to Avi Loop users, making one wonder what was actually happening on those video calls, and was it perhaps something sexual? And it goes even deeper than that, as there's a reason why I mentioned prostitution specifically in this theory, with that reason being a line mentioned in one of these videos.
To purchase this bill, you must quote at least a private pilot license and a current medical certificate. Don't miss out and click on that big blue button. You know you want to.
Yeah, medical certificate to make sure you don't have fucking AIDS.
Deal attendant mentions that all customers needed to provide an up-to-date medical certificate.
That makes sense.
Now, this isn't something that's necessarily unheard of in the aviation world, but it certainly isn't the norm, at least from what I could tell. But in the context of this theory, it makes perfect sense. If they truly were operating some sort of prostitution ring, then their customers having an up-to-date medical certificate would be imperative to preventing the spread of STDs. It's strange enough to make this theory feel legitimately possible, but even if it wasn't true, it seems obvious that there was something off with this channel, and we haven't even discussed the strangest part of it all.
What?
In a few videos, you can hear unusual sounds in the background.
And you want to add multi-engine to your pretty green license. This is your opportunity to do it at 50% off.
Chills. I actually have chills right now. That sounded like moaning in the background.
Add multi-engine to your pretty green license. This is your opportunity to your pretty green license. This is...
In the background, you can hear what appears to be someone moaning.
You know, every time I hear like one of these Pizzagate conspiracy theories, it's like, are they really doing like child trafficking or whatever? And they do it in code in plain sight, and it's like, yeah, I think they do, you know? Yeah, I think they actually do that.
A blatantly sexual manner, which was loud enough for even the deal attendant to take notice. It's very unusual, and certainly not a sound that could just accidentally happen on a typical film set, which makes it all the stranger that another inexplicable...
They also didn't cut it out. You know, they made 4 videos for this and they didn't cut it out. It's almost like it was intentional for people that were supposed to listen to the background.
Voice was heard in the background of a different video.
No shot.
And this one left viewers...
No shot twice.
...far more distressed.
You want to learn to fly, charter an airplane, or to see more girls like me? Avi Loop can help. Or to see more girls like me? Avi Loop can help. Or to see more girls like me? Avi Loop can help.
Some believe that this is yet another sexual moan, while others swear they can hear a specific word. The word, help.
Ah! I actually have chills right now. Dude, this is the worst fucking thing ever. Holy shit. Alright, that might have been a stretch. I didn't hear help, but that's crazy.
It's incredibly concerning, especially if this prostitution theory is true. I mean, there's just so many implications to it.
Given the link between prostitution and human trafficking.
Yeah.
But again, this could all be part of the marketing. Maybe this was all just a ploy to get people to visit their website, roping you in with these sexualized, creepy, and even
You would do that for like a horror video game, okay? You don't do that for flight attendants, okay? You don't do that to buy airline fuel. You know, like, come on.
burning videos that almost demand that you dig deeper. Well, if this is the case, then surely visiting their website would help put this mystery to bed. At the time these videos were uploaded back in 2011, those visiting the Abbey Loop website would be met with a rather lackluster experience. The homepage was dull and inviting, and seemed about as vague as the videos promoting it. However, they did have an About section that attempted to describe the service
Craigslist looking at.
more in depth.
You just sneezed on me.
That the primary goal of Abbey Loop
You just sneezed on me.
They believe that making training and other aeronautic services more accessible could in turn help prevent accidents, which strangely was never even hinted at in their videos, and is never mentioned again on any other portion of the website. But it was in this About tab that they listed even more services that they claimed to provide. Services like navigation equipment, headsets, and pilot vacations, among many other things.
Okay.
Basically anything even remotely related to flying, they sold it, or at least claimed to. And they insisted that they did so cheaper than anywhere else, by using collective bargaining, a process that they would go into greater detail about. Basically, Aviloop acts as a third party, partnering with aviation businesses to promote unique deals on their site. Each of these deals has a quota that must be hit for it to actually go through. So if enough people buy the deal, the quota is reached, and everyone gets a voucher to do or receive whatever they paid for.
Enough clients for sex shit at the same time to make the trip worthwhile for the patron? Question mark?
But if the deal doesn't reach its quota, then everyone is refunded, and the deal is voided without any cost to the users or the business. Aviloop was the middleman, which could explain how they managed to offer such impressive deals and such diverse services. Though again, this is just what they were saying, begging the question, was anything actually being sold on aviloop.com? Well, there actually was. The deals were sorted by general locations, and most consisted of flying lessons, museum trips, or even temporary tattoos. However, there was something unusual about these listings. Bizarrely, almost every deal on the site was marked as completed, each having ended in 1969, which obviously was impossible. There were only a select few deals for
unless 69 is like a sex reference. Unless this is still part of like the fucked up code.
the entire website's history that were ever even active. And even then, there didn't seem to be a way to actually purchase them. This end date of 1969 was either some sort of glitch, or it was intentionally set that way, as the year just so happens to be yet another sexual innuendo. So what should prove the company's legitimacy actually only makes this company seem more suspicious. It was like they were trying to make it appear as if they were selling all these different things.
It's almost like it's a giant code for diddlers. Alright, listen man, diddle me this Batman, you know, what ends with 69 and loves flying to deserted islands.
Yet in reality, they were hardly offering anything. And what they were offering
Diddle me this Batman, what is 13%, but also half.
wasn't even available for purchase.
Alright, that was just random.
This sent me on a hunt trying to find any sort of testimonials or reviews from any Aviloop customers, but strangely, I couldn't find a single one. In fact, the only proof that I could find that anyone actually used the service was an Aviloop patch that I found floating around on eBay. And the only reason that this is at all
so that means it's real. That means people actually use this service.
is that these badges were included in most of the offers on the website.
So then you should be able to track down exactly who this motherfucker was, right? Ask him some real questions.
This isn't substantial in any way, shape, or form, and it's clear that the seller wasn't actually a customer and was instead a patch collector.
Bastards. Oh, man, let's track that. We got a stamp. We can track down the mail. Oh, no, that was just a stamp collector. God damn it.
Have somehow obtained it, making me question if anyone actually ever bought something from this website, and if this whole marketplace was really just a ploy. Which takes us back to that lingering theory. Just like the Aviloop channel, the website featured these deal attendants, and just like the channel, they seemed to be the primary focus. Their involvement was plastered all over the website, with the whole business model appearing to hinge on their involvement, which the site was not afraid to outwardly admit. What is the first thing you look for on our deal pages? We understand. Go ahead, check out our deal attendant. They sure are stunning. Vote for your favorite deal attendant for a chance to win a one-on-one VIP video chat with one of the girls. You will find our models are not only beautiful, but also fun and interesting to talk to.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Have fun. Feel free to bask in the glory of your win, and be the envy of your friend. After all, not everyone gets to brag about video chatting with supermodels.
So these flight attendants are supermodels?
The process of voting for the best deal attendant was something that they heavily pushed, going as far as to reward one voter each week with the aforementioned private video call. And when discussing these calls, they not so subtly hinted that they weren't just ordinary video chats. Writing, you will be talking to real successful fashion models with exciting backgrounds. Many are big aviation fans.
And what the hell are they doing as flight attendants if it's not trafficking? Alright, I am pretty sold that this is trafficking or prostitution or something.
But you will have a lot to talk about. You never know. Both win chat. You never know. The allusion to sex was way more prevalent on the site than even on the channel, with this line seeming to hint that winning these video calls could entail some sort of sexual encounter with a deal attendant, which only seems to bolster this theory even more. But unlike the channel, here we're at least given a bit more context as to why these women or deal attendants are being used, and according to the site, it wasn't as sinister as it seems. Under the business section, which is used as an FAQ for companies wanting to promote their
I'm sure that they're not going to say in the FAQ that this is sex trafficking. I'm sure that they're going to assuage all of our fears.
On Avilu, they wrote, "What is the deal with deal attendants? As a business, you have the option to include a professional video of one of our stunning models on your deal page for a flat fee. She will deliver a 30 to 60-second message describing your promotion. Our deal attendants are real professional models who work for high-end clients. Why should I include a deal attendant? Although our promotions get a lot of exposure, adding a deal attendant has the potential of making it viral on social media sites. Promotions that include a video tend to be extra successful." There's a lot to unpack here. For starters, this explains how Avilu makes their money. They're basically charging companies to run ads using these deal attendants, and the videos on their channel are examples of what these ads would look like. Though calling them professional is extremely generous, and I can't imagine any companies actually wanting to use the service. And given that these are the only videos that they shared, I don't think many, if any, actually did. But in this explanation, Avilu is all but admitting to using these deal attendants to rope people into visiting the website, over-sexualizing them to lure in perverted internet users, giving them false hope that they'll be able to interact with these women.
That's what it seems like, for sure.
Sleep with them.
At best, right? Best case scenario, they're just luring in gooners.
And in exchange, these users keep coming back to the site under this false hope, which maybe could lead to them purchasing something. It's an insane business model, and one that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, they're claiming that this is a service for professionals and real aviation fans, for the primary reason of making our skies safer, yet they aren't actually offering anything but the prospect of talking to women. These women are the main and really only draw of the service, and even the deals that they did list seem to contradict the primary goal of this company. I mean, how would a trip to the museum help with aviation safety? And how would a temporary tattoo help with that either?
Unless it's some sort of date or intimate setting.
And on the topic of these tattoos, they're also extremely sexual in nature. They were meant to mimic pilot stripes and be put on your shirtless shoulders, with a package
That's weird, bro. Why would someone do this?
reading, "When a uniform just won't do."
Bro.
And the description adding all sorts of innuendos. And this is a good time to point out just how strange the writing is across the entire website. As here they write, "What better way to thank a pilot than by saying, 'Captain, you deserve to have your epaulets tattooed. We wish someone had these on board of the Miracle on the Hudson's life.' Just imagine the look on the pilot's face if someone handed these to him. So why not keep a pair in your wallet and thank the Sully in your life for the next flight? Every safe landing deserves recognition, and this gift is sure to make their day." Everything is written like this. It's not only sexual, it's also nonsensical.
I would say this was ChatGPT, but ChatGPT didn't exist at this point. Like, it is written really weirdly. Again, this sounds like Pizzagate shit. You know, that thing sounds just unbelievably weirdly written. Essentially because it's all a hoax. It's all literally code. It's weird sex shit in code for freaky whack jobs to actually get invested in. That's what it sounds like.
It feels like it was written by AI at a time when AI wasn't even
That's
a
what I
thing.
just said.
Everything about Avilu feels wrong. The lack of any tangible goods and services, the overly convoluted business structure,
And
and the
this
lack...
it's way too overt to be a troll, right? This is obviously not some sort of elaborate joke. This was a service, and the service was used.
of any public customers just makes this company appear so fake. But that doesn't inherently mean that they were actually involved in pornography or prostitution. I mean, despite all these innuendos, there is no direct mention of the sale of sex anywhere on the website from what I could see. And unfortunately,
Which makes it seem like it's very not legal, right? If this was legal prostitution or whatever, or some sort of legal e-girl business, you know, OnlyFans shit, why hide it? Why hide it? You know? Like, the advertisement would be so much better. They would say, oh, you can jerk off with sexy flight attendants online. You know, you get some gooners involved. You know, this is pandering to some real fucknuts. Alright? Obviously. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this subtle, right?
much of the website is
Like,
lost.
they're going to extreme lengths to make it seem even somewhat real, somewhat about flight attendants and flying places.
Time, as in 2016,
You know,
the site
nothing incriminating here, Your Honor. This is just speculation. We're not actually telling you anything incriminating on this website, sir.
would go down, replaced by another random URL, making it impossible to know what this platform was actually like for those who signed up for it. What were they actually being offered? What were they discussing amongst themselves? And what happened on these video calls? It's all unknown, as what I've shown is pretty much all I was able to salvage from the Wayback Machine. However, Avi Loop didn't stay down forever. In 2019, AviLoop.com re-emerged, only this time...
That's 7 years later? 7 years later this shit comes back? Nah, dude.
It looked very different. Gone were the deals, the business model, and most importantly, the deal attendants.
Oh, looks a lot more professional, right?
And in its place was what looked to be a generic...
Looks to me like they're covering their tracks, I would say.
...template website. They still claimed to offer some of their services, but they were now left even more vague. And there was no attempt to even make it look like you could purchase anything. Even the innuendos were gone.
I feel like they got the word out to like the weird pedophile sex cult billionaire community or whatever the fuck they were pandering to. And now everyone knows that Avi Loop is like that. So now they don't even need the innuendos anymore.
It was quite literally as bare bones as it gets, and comes across like a sham website, void of any notable...
Every time I'm like, okay, the conspiracy theorists take an L on this one. They pull me back in. Every single time.
...information, with one exception. There was a single new addition to the site, as at the very bottom you could find a short bio, not of a deal attendant, but of a legitimate pilot, named Nadia Marenko, the creator of Avi Loop. This revelation is huge, as Nadia Marenko was a well-known and...
Yeah, a woman made a company? That's crazy, alright? No one's buying.
Extremely successful pilot, which makes Avi Loop all the more confusing.
Wait, so it actually had a really legit... Unless this was just the face of the company, right?
You would think that her involvement in the company would help legitimize it, and make it seem more likely that Avi Loop was a real company after all. But instead, it actually did the exact opposite, as her involvement plunges this mystery into a whole new depth, a depth far darker than we've yet to discuss. Born in Czechoslovakia in 1986, Nadia dedicated her younger years to modeling, landing multiple high-profile roles in her country.
Wait, 1986? 1986, and this was what, 2002, right? Is that what they said when it started? No, they said 2011, never mind. August 2011. Okay, alright.
And by the age of just 15, these roles led to her being moved to the United States to help continue this budding career. But by 20, her interest had shifted to a different kind of runway. She became obsessed with flying and had a natural talent for it too, quickly rising through the ranks and gaining certifications faster than most others could at that age. By 25, she was considered extremely accomplished for someone so young, and her resume would soon reach a wider audience when she began leveraging social media.
Okay.
She posted videos under the alias Gulfstream Girl.
Alright, I can see why that gets popular.
And eventually Global Girl, where she marketed herself as a supermodel turned pilot, which worked to the tune of millions of views. Nadia Marenko was a star in the aviation world and on social media too, and it was during the height of this success that she started Avi Loop. It clearly wasn't meant to be some big secret either. She actively promoted it on numerous occasions, doing interviews on podcasts and even taking it to a trade show. If this was a front for something nefarious, she was doing a bad job of keeping it discreet, which seems to back up our first theory. And it would be very easy to settle on a theory and just...
Unless she's the face of it. Unless she's the fall girl. You know, they're gonna make her very outwardly be the person in charge, so if the FBI clamps down on this shit, they'll be like,
I said, I've never played one.
Lady. Get her, boys!
Call it a day. Had being a model and a pilot been all that Nadia was known for. You see, there was something that she was hiding from her audience, a secret in the form of a bond with one man whom she was working closely with at the time that Avi Loop was launched. A man...
If it's Jeffrey Epstein, I'm gonna shoot myself in the face.
And by the name...
Oh my god! Oh my god!
...of Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm sorry, I have to, like, walk around for a second. Oh my god! Oh my god! You've got to be kidding me. I'm literally in shock right now. This was probably the greatest twist I've ever seen in my entire life. I haven't seen a twist this good in like any movie I've ever watched. The fact that we're 20 minutes into this video and that's when he brings up Big Ep. Holy shit. Bro could have titled this video something with Epstein to cash in on like the, all the views and the virality, and he didn't, just for the storytelling and the crazy reveal here. Absolute cinema. Cinema storyteller, and I am in shock. Literally, chills. Did I mention Epstein? That just sounded like an Epstein type Lolita Express kind of situation. I'm gonna go shoot myself in the face. I'm gonna take some alcohol and do some shots right after this. What the actual fuck am I looking at? I've never been this taken aback by anything I've ever watched on YouTube, by the way. I'm actually shaking right now. Oh my god. You know, all this build up and then the zoom out and it's like, well, yeah, well, I think we figured out the story on this one, boys. Holy shit.
Jeffrey Epstein has been arrested on new sex trafficking charges. Charges of soliciting.
I am literally in shock.
For prostitution.
He was involved in trafficking young women and children over to Little St. James.
In case you're somehow unaware.
Okay, so why isn't the FBI finding all of these people? All of these women that were on Aviloop? Why hasn't the FBI found these people? Like, what are we doing here? This is massive.
Jeffrey Epstein is the most prolific pedophile and human trafficker maybe of all time.
Leave. You're just gonna do Mohammed like that? They literally made a religion out of that sex trafficker pedophile. Are we serious? Are we serious, bro? Like I'm glad you're putting respect on Big J, but like...
They used to have the Baconator fries. Those were good.
Shit all over Islam? Unbelievable.
He carried out a large-scale human trafficking operation, bringing children to his private island that he and other elites exploited in horrific ways. It's one of the biggest news stories of my lifetime, and over the past years, there's been so much talk surrounding
This is absolute insanity, by the way.
acquaintances of Epstein.
Yeah, they don't have it at the one here anymore.
Yo, Thomas Massey, you got 7 months left in Congress. Do some shit, okay? Right? So far with all your talk, you haven't exposed a single pedophile. Come on, brother.
Of all these people in Epstein's circle, few, if any, were closer to him than Nadia Marenko.
That is crazy.
It's a difficult subject to discuss, but Nadia is considered one
Okay, so is it just like confirmed now that Aviloop is child sex trafficking? Like literally?
of Epstein's victims. He found her through her modeling job when she was just a teenager, and she didn't just come to the United States for work. Epstein himself brought her, after allegedly purchasing her from her father. What followed was not...
What? Epstein bragged about having purchased Marinkova and bringing her to the United States to be his Yugoslavian sex slave. Oh my god, dude.
Nadia becoming his self-described sex slave. It's a horrible and unimaginable fate. But while Nadia appeared to have been a victim of Epstein, that wasn't all she was.
That's right, because a lot of the... I literally said this earlier in the video. A lot of Epstein victims became Epstein's recruiters.
As after becoming an adult, she also became Epstein's accomplice.
Yeah. Holy
when Epstein was first investigated by the FBI back in the 2000s, many of his victims came forward and claimed that Nadia was not only present for their abuse, but she was a willing participant, there to satisfy Epstein's criminal sexual desires by, on occasion, directly participating in sex abuse and prostitution of the minor girls. Now, Epstein was eventually given a sweetheart deal for these crimes in 2008, which led to him serving just 13 months in prison. And as part of that deal...
How did that happen if he wasn't some sort of operative? Alright, let's be real.
Nadia was given
it's going alright. I just, I'm working on my new setup, but I'm still trying to earn money while I'm doing it.
She stood by his side, living in his New York City home, waiting for his release.
But I'm growing mushrooms.
Behind bars, Nadia would visit him roughly
I don't think I could hire somebody to grow them for me, though.
Deeply connected, even well after she was his slave.
Dude.
With Nadia even making a scrapbook for Epstein.
Oh my god.
Which is just so terrifying that I had to at least mention it in this video.
I think I've seen this scrapbook in the Epstein files. I didn't know she made this.
No.
Oh my god, I'm sick. I'm like
It would be several years later in 2012, a time when Nadia had long since left Epstein's home and his control, that Nadia would rejoin his operation, this time with a brand new role. She became one of Epstein's pilots, taking victims and perpetrators alike to and from the island, on the plane they dubbed the Lolita Express.
No shot! She was the pilot of the Lolita Express, which, by the way, Bill Clinton was on like a fuck ton of times. I don't even know what to say, bro. I'm like actually ill. Like I want to throw up. I really fucking hate sex trafficking. Virtue signaler here. I actually don't, I'm not a fan of sex trafficking, which is why I don't like the United Kingdom's migration policies. Holy fuck, dude.
What happened on the Lolita Express?
Everything that happened on the Lolita Express and his other planes was the same thing that happened in his bedrooms and the massage rooms. The abuse did not stop because we're in the air. Jeffrey couldn't take a 2-hour flight without having to ejaculate.
What a
like,
psycho.
that's how sick this man was.
Nadia Marenko was directly trafficking children for Epstein, and she was doing this in 2012, mere months after she started Aviloop.
Coincidence, huh?
Which brings us to our third and most upsetting theory.
So Aviloop most likely was child sex trafficking, and it was all in like this obscure code that, pedophile elites were able to actually navigate through. And literally use this website to likely purchase child sex. Oh, no, they just wanted one-on-one video calls with female stewardesses.
Theory that Avi Loop wasn't a cover for prostitution, but rather a front for child trafficking, pedophilia. Nadia's involvement alone in the timing of the company's launch, mixed with all the innuendos, the red flags, it all starts to make sense. And it's made even more disturbing when you look at the videos they posted on YouTube. As one thing I failed to mention so far is just how young these deal attendants look.
Yeah, that's what I said,
There's obviously
man.
no way to conclusively determine their age from the footage, but some believe that they look to be teenagers, and maybe even underage.
I think so.
Which would make sense for this theory.
It wasn't that long ago. It was made.
Child victims. It's a theory that has to be considered. I mean, as crazy as it seems, Avi Loop was quite literally founded and run by a child trafficker who was actively trafficking children when the company started.
And Nadia wasn't the only sketchy character involved in the site behind the scenes.
Epstein himself was as well. The two frequently emailed each other, and in multiple instances, Avi Loop was discussed, with Epstein frequently giving her advice. In one email, he wrote to her, "Website is cool, mix of porn, Groupon, and flying. The marketing campaign could be, buy with us, we give a flying fuck." His mentioning of porn here is just
Good marketing. Good marketing. I guess I could see why he's a billionaire child sex trafficker. Oh, flying fuck. You get it, guys? You get it?
more confirmation that Avi Loop wasn't just an aviation company, but this also shows that Epstein was helping with the company, and he wasn't just doing this through friendly advice. Throughout his emails, you can also find dozens of receipts from transactions with Avi Loop, totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars of payments sent directly to the company. Jeffrey Epstein was an investor in Avi Loop, and a big one too, and he seemed to believe in the service so much that he even appeared to use it himself, as emails show him inquiring about booking flights through the company. Nadia at one point even offered to help Epstein through Avi Loop, writing, "Is there anything I can do for you? I can find a deal through Avi Loop on anything you want. Airplanes, helicopters, cheapest charters, discounted fuel, or a new model/assistant." She's literally offering Jeffrey Epstein a model through Avi Loop, which more than hints at this theory being possible. I mean, she spells it out. And if they were in fact trafficking children through the service, this could give us a blueprint to how they were able to get their victims. Maybe they were finding models and having them fly out under the assumption that modeling is all they would be doing. Maybe these videos were even their tryouts for their roles, which they did without even realizing what was to come. I mean, these women were referred to as models on the Avi Loop website. And remember, modeling is exactly how Epstein found Nadia. And it's also how he found so many other victims, as he was known to use the modeling industry as a means of recruiting young and underage women, offering them high-paying jobs and potentially career-making opportunities, in order to lure them in. So maybe this was all part of the operation, or maybe Nadia was simply taking a page from his book, and using the same style of entrapment that he used on her.
What did I do with him?
It's so disturbing to even consider. And there's one more email that I believe is the most disturbing of all, that could allude to their alleged trafficking.
Oh, here we go,
An email
boys.
with the subject line, "Old Hairy Coconuts."
Coconuts. They're talking about literal coconuts here, guys. And jerky does not refer to eating humans.
"Sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you, and
Yes,
they just
sweet young coconuts.
arrived. Very yummy. I was going to ship them to you in Paris, but I hear you are coming back, so I will send them to 71st with Sarah, just so you don't have to drink juices from old hairy things."
That's right. You can drink juices from young hairy things. Oh my god, dude, I'm literally shaking. I can't believe this twist. This is the craziest twist I've ever seen. I'm still in shock that this is Jeffrey Epstein. That motherfucker.
Epstein was notorious for using code words in his messages.
Yeah.
It's not hard to see what Nadia may have meant by sweet young coconuts. So was it a joke or was it a coded message? It's hard to say. But this email was sent on November 13th, 2011, just 2 months after the launch of Avi Loop.
Welcome to Avi Loop, your collective find website for anything aviation.
So what was Avi Loop? Well, to this day, we still don't have a true answer, but everyone has their theories, and most of them are not good. Many legitimately believe that Avi Loop was a front for child trafficking, and I can see why. The connection
Hi, that's me. I believe that. I am one of those. I am a firm believer in that one.
and the strange material on the website and the channel make this impossible to write off as just some crazy conspiracy theory. And if this theory were to be believed, it makes the Avi
It is
Loop
literally tied to the most prolific pedophile in our generation, without a doubt. Probably the second most infamous pedophile in human history, okay? Like, this is crazy.
YouTube channel that much more disturbing, as these videos would be advertisements for a human trafficking service that potentially included the victims as the stars.
It's also possible that this was a hub for prostitution. And while sex work doesn't always mean human trafficking, just given the players involved, that would definitely still be a concern. There's also still the possibility that Avi Loop was secretly a porn website, like Epstein seemed to suggest in his email.
Yeah, I doubt it, or we'd fucking find it. All right, let's be honest. The pilot in charge of
I don't know.
flying is fucking pedo planes.
I haven't decided yet.
Like, are you serious?
Got any
With this content
requests?
perhaps occurring on those one-on-one video calls. And there was one email that I found that was sent from Epstein's assistant, Story Cowles. It makes this feel even more believable, as Epstein asks him what he was up to which Story responds, "Just playing online at Abbey Loop. Pouring rain. Love it. Love it." The way these people communicate is just so weird and hard to decipher, but playing online at Abbey Loop certainly seems to suggest that this wasn't just a typical Daily Deals website. And if porn really was the draw, I think given the secrecy of it and the people connected, I would still be very concerned about where they were getting these actresses, and if they were even of age. Nadia's legal team has pushed back on these theories, claiming she was merely Epstein's victim and nothing more, and someone who allegedly worked at Abbey Loop claimed that the ad campaign was merely meant to be provocative, and that's all. This just feels so hard to believe,
Yeah, but why would
and regardless of which, if any
Why
of
would they do this? What service were they providing that they were doing these provocative ads? Sorry, man, ain't buying it. Nope.
these theories are true, it seems so obvious to me that Abbey Loop was never meant to just be a normal company. I even question if perhaps Nadia had created Abbey Loop as a fake website, which Epstein could then funnel money into in order to make it look like Nadia was earning legitimate income, something that she needed to prove in order to get her US visa, which her emails to Epstein show she was clearly struggling with.
Yeah, but where are these flight attendants? Where are these people?
Okay, so the botanists will.
Humans don't
Alright.
disappear unless they do. And if that is the case, we should be figuring that out.
And she seemed to allude to this at least being part of her reasoning for creating Abbey Loop in the first place, and part of the reason why she was asking Epstein for money. And ultimately, the only way she ended up getting that visa was through a deal
Alright,
she
come
made
on.
with the FBI that involved her informing them on
Jesus,
Epstein's
you
crimes.
take so fucking
Her
long.
work directly helped lead to his 2019 arrest,
Wasted
and
my
his ultimate
goddamn
death inside his
time.
jail cell that same year. And it was around the same time that Abbey Loop went back online with its fresh, scrubbed look, void of anything even close to being sexual. And since then, it's never been updated again. And there's hardly been any updates from Nadia herself either.
Oh shit.
She made a brief appearance in a 2019 YouTube video where she pulled a prank on a flying instructor, acting as an inexperienced student, only to surprise the instructor with how skilled she was, with Nadia going as far as to dress as a child. But since then, her trail goes pretty much cold, and once the Epstein files started releasing around 2024,
Yeah, maybe I
she
could
disappeared from the
do
public
a
eye.
little 7 days
Bizarrely,
to
from
die.
that point on, the only trace of her seems to have come from images and videos from a monastery, which she seems to have joined. Nadia Marenko's work with the FBI and the immunity that she was given all those years ago makes it feel unlikely that she'll ever be prosecuted, or even investigated for whatever this whole operation was.
Yeah, no.
The reality, though, is that we don't know the full truth about Abbey Loop, and it's involved in one.
I don't think that Nadia is going to properly be investigated or prosecuted. Well, neither were any of the other fucking rapist, pedophile billionaires. All right, so like, are we that surprised? Let's be honest.
The most twisted and deep rabbit holes in human history. A rabbit hole filled with so many layers and cover-ups.
Dude, this fucker's crazy. It's insane, man, to think that this guy was able to get away with so much evil for so long. Right? How is he not tied to other, I mean, he was tied to other rich people, obviously, but how is he not tied to intelligence agencies?
Corruption, and I just hope that
Like,
somewhere
they
with
really want you to make believe. Like, suspend your belief. And be like, yeah, he was sex trafficking children to himself and to no one else. Like, they're really, really trying to run with that one, huh?
within all of it, we can eventually find an answer to the question, what was Abbey Loop? But until then, it will remain one of the darkest mysteries, not only on YouTube, but across the entire internet.
That was crazy.
Hey guys, I actually have a super last minute update here. I completely finished this video, but there was something that was still bothering me. The question of who were these deal attendants?
That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying, man!
I initially tried looking for information that could give us an ID, but everything was just wild speculation.
Like, they're human beings. We should be able to find them. Hello?
But I decided to give it one last look, and I'm glad that I did because I actually think I identified two of them. I found an article that reported one of them as being a woman named Shannon Cusack, which explained that Shannon was actually a friend and maybe even roommate of Nadia at the time that she was starting up Abbey Loop. And at the time of filming this ad, she was actually in her mid-20s. It seems like she might have just been helping Nadia out at the time with this. She even listed the job on her LinkedIn supposedly, though it's now since been removed. The other deal attendant that I might have found was Ashley, and it was actually thanks to a YouTube comment. And what's interesting about her was that she was a model, but she was also in her mid-20s around the time of filming this. And based on her blog, she continued to have a normal modeling career and seemingly normal life after her time working with Abbey Loop, before she sadly passed away from cancer. And from what I've seen, there isn't much to hint that she was ever a victim of anything Epstein related. This is huge because a lot
Like cancer, or like cancer? Like, oh, she disappeared. She died. Oops. Oops, young healthy woman got cancer and died.
people were falsely claiming that this girl was Ashley Martinez, a missing girl whose family is still searching for her to this day. But this doesn't appear to be the case. The only deal attendant that I wasn't able to ID was Claire, who does happen to look the youngest. And knowing now that these other women were of age, I feel more inclined to believe that maybe the women shown on the channel weren't actually victims of the operation, or at the very least they weren't children. But obviously I can't say this for certain. And that's not to say that that wasn't happening behind the scenes, of course. This just adds another layer to this mystery.
Well, it makes sense that they're not going to put actual missing people on their website, right? Like, ultimately, this is supposed to be some sort of code for fucked up pedophile billionaires to communicate with each other. They're obviously not going to put actual missing people there. Or, you know, the government's going to be like, wait, they're going to do the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, point their finger, hey, hold up. Hey, that's fucking Ashley. That was a really well done video, and holy fuck, I am shaking. The bomb drop was insane. The zoom out to show him sitting next to her. Yeah, holy fuck. Twist of the century, honestly. I'll link this video in the description. And you do not hate these motherfuckers enough.
Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam.
Sorry about that. Don't look so panicky. I was just shifting my position.
There's a secret that you need to know behind the rise of the Godfather, Don Vito Corleone. His ascension to power was not as smooth or straightforward as you once thought. Before Vito, there was a man far more powerful, a man who Vito himself would not dare to cross, a man he could no longer avoid. In The Godfather, we meet Vito at the height of his power. We only hear stories about his capabilities and genius, but we really never see Vito in action. Before he would ascend the throne as the most powerful mob boss in the country, Vito had to face the biggest challenge of his life, almost costing him everything. This was a period of time that changed the criminal underworld forever, shaping the world that would become known as La Cosa Nostra. This was the era known as the Olive Oil War.
I worked my whole life. I don't apologize to take care of my family, and I refuse to be a fool dancing on the string held by all those big shots.
What was happening at the time? It's 1933 and Prohibition had just ended. There were a few families scattered across the city. However, the real power was held by two major families, the most powerful being led by Don Giuseppe Mariposa, and the close second, Rosario Laconte. Although not the most powerful of the New York Dons, Vito was on his way up. Prohibition had made all the families rich, but the way each one of them spent this wealth was to determine where they would stand in this new era, where most of the other Dons focused on building their army and really just enjoyed their wealth. Vito spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to secure the loyalty of powerful senators, judges, police officers, lawyers, journalists, bankers, you name it. He would soon have the entire city in his pocket. To the public at the time, he was still just known as a successful businessman. His own family were not aware of the true nature of his business. His reputation served him well, being known as a fair and honorable man. At the same time, no one really considered him much of a threat. But behind the scenes, Vito was slowly building a legion, a loyal, capable army that he would soon deploy. As we mentioned, Don Giuseppe Mariposa was by far the most powerful of the New York Dons. He had by far the most powerful family, primarily because of his extremely capable capo regimes, which included the likes of the Barzini and Rosato brothers. Having recently taken out the second most powerful family and his long-term rival, he now felt unstoppable, and so wanted to consolidate his power once and for all. The lead up to the war. After a few skirmishes here and there, it was evident that this needed to end, or the criminal underworld would descend into chaos. Mariposa and the Corleones did not see eye to eye. Therefore, Don Mariposa, to the surprise of most people, was the one to call for a meeting. But it was clear to Vito, peace was not the only thing on Don Mariposa's mind. Spring 1933, on a Sunday afternoon at the Church St. Francis in Midtown, Don Mariposa had summoned the heads of the families from New York and New Jersey. Although tensions were high, Mariposa chose to hold this meeting in a church as a show of goodwill. Regardless, Don Vito tasked his capos to ensure they had their men scattered across the area, where if something was to happen, they would be ready. This was a very tense point of time in the criminal underworld. It would need a miracle in order to keep things the way they were. After a small commotion and subtle digs at each other, the meeting officially began. Don Mariposa sat at the head of the table. The atmosphere was extremely tense. However, as usual, all the Dons were cordial. It was a chess game. In meetings like these, when people of power sit together in the same room, there's a set of unspoken rules, a code of conduct that they all follow. But what's interesting is that the first to get emotional in any way usually means they have already lost, which is why they chose their words very carefully. And yes, even bitter enemies can't just openly say whatever they want, so they have to be subtle. Mariposa started the meeting with a clearly rehearsed speech about peace and the need to start working together as businessmen rather than animals. This was no surprise. Everyone seemed somewhat bored, waiting for Mariposa to finally get to the point. He would go on to describe what would soon be what we now know as the Commission, but he was not done. He then went on to make a speech about how, due to the repeal of Prohibition, his family had lost a significant amount of their income, and his men were not too happy. They wanted war, to then take over everything from New York to New Jersey, to replace the penny they were making during Prohibition. Of course, this wasn't what most of his men wanted. Rather,
I forgot to pick up the shit.
A threat that he could actually back. However, it was an introduction into his real demand. The price of not starting a destructive war that will in fact hurt everyone involved were only a few things. A small price to avoid any unnecessary
Hands off, big
hostilities. His first demand was, not too surprising, coming from an egotistical man like Mariposa. Since he was the most powerful, he demanded to be acknowledged as the boss of all bosses. Each Don could remain the boss of his own family. However, he would hold that title and must comply with his laws. They would all work for him now. The second demand was perhaps equally as disrespectful. Since he had a small beak, Mariposa demanded 15% of all their operations. Upon hearing this, the Dons looked to each other around the table, watching for each other's reaction, but not a single one of them gave away a thing. Although Vito noticed Anthony Strachey of Staten Island did look somewhat disturbed, and Ataleo Cuneo looked slightly uncomfortable. But on the other hand, Tattaglia seemed to be delighted by this proposal and began to make the case why it was their best option. Even Mike DeMeo of New Jersey stood up and made his opinion known, completely backing this proposition. But let's see how Vito responds. To Mariposa's surprise, he agreed. Vito stated that it was actually reasonable, a worthy price if it meant it will maintain peace. The other Dons, too, seemed somewhat surprised, looking at each other again to see a hint of a reaction, but to no avail. In the end, Vito stood up and thanked Mariposa again, shaking his hand. He then made his final remarks and apologized for not joining in the following banquet Mariposa had set up, citing he had promised to help his son finish a report on the mayor who was going to clean up the city, which then triggered a round of laughter from the Dons, except Mariposa. And since he was a man of his word, he had to tend to his son. They all then shook hands and exchanged a few polite words with the rest of the bosses. Then Sonny opened the door, and then the Don walked out, followed by Jenko and Luca Brazzi. So, there's quite a lot to unpack here, so let's start by analyzing Vito's strategy. What was Vito thinking? Vito knew the other Dons didn't like what they heard, but went along with it since it was a better alternative than a prolonged war. But it gets a lot deeper. You see, both Vito and Jenko believed that Mariposa was after them. They were now the last family that had a chance to dethrone him, so this meeting meant nothing to him, no more than a smokescreen to a much more intricate plot. We'll get into what it is, but what is clear is that Vito's next few moves were crucial. He was ready.
God damn it.
They were going to pay the 15% and act as if everything was fine. Vito knew Mariposa was greedy. The 15% was only the beginning. He also knew that the other Dons were smart enough to realize this too, but they were left with no choice. So until Mariposa came for them, they were going to prepare for the inevitable. Vito then ordered Jenko to get even more politicians and cops in their pocket, much to the dismay of his consigliere, who told Vito that this was getting way too expensive, especially that these big shots were constantly asking for more. But Vito then responded, "In the long run, trust me, Jenko, that will be our greatest strength." Mariposa tried to use Law 3 of the 48 Laws of Power, which states, use smoke screens to disguise your actions. Deception is always the best strategy, but the best deceptions require a screen of smoke to distract people's attention from your real purpose. The bland exterior, like the unreadable poker face, is often the perfect smokescreen, hiding your intentions behind the comfortable and familiar. If you lead the sucker down a familiar path, he won't catch on when you lead him into a trap. However, Vito knew this and would soon use it to his advantage. And what Mariposa does next, well, let's just say sparks something that no one saw coming. Mariposa's first move. In a small restaurant on the east side of New York, Peter Clemenza and consigliere Jenko Abadando just received their order. It was a small, intimate restaurant with only 6 tables, a place where they go to quite frequently. When seemingly out of nowhere, the restaurant's large, heavy door opened. 2 men in trench coats and fedoras entered the restaurant. They greeted Pete, and they started to pull out their guns. But before they pulled them, they were both frozen at the absolutely terrifying sight of the beast, Luca Brazzi, who had just come out of the kitchen. Although unarmed, he made everyone stop in their tracks. The sound of 2 gunshots outside broke the silence. It seems that someone had taken out their driver. It was time to get this over with, but before they could fully take out their weapons, 4 men at a nearby table had already drawn theirs, and, well, you know what happened next. Clemenza nonchalantly then took a sip from his wine glass and then gave orders for his men to begin cleaning up. But as they began to clean up, someone else emerged. Frankie Pentangeli also walked out from the kitchen and then joined Clemenza and Jenko. Now, I'm sure you're a bit confused as to what just happened. Let's take a step back and understand how we got here. Mariposa never wanted or expected Vito to accept the terms he set out. He needed a valid excuse to take out Vito. He would need to move quickly to ensure Vito would not see him coming or start scheming his way out of his trap. But since this attempt failed, he needed a new strategy, and he soon found it. His plan was quite simple. Take out Vito's top men to cripple him. He would then be forced to come back with his tail between his legs, in which Mariposa would then take him out himself. To do this, he did the following. Instead of sending his own men to get the job done, he brought in 2 outsiders, having had his spies track down the places Pete and Jenko would frequent to then take them out there. But what Mariposa didn't realize is that they were actually 3 steps ahead the whole time. You see, 2 of Mariposa's men had been secretly reporting to the Corleone family, specifically one of his capos, Frank Pentangeli, or as most of us like to call him, Frankie Five Angels. Frankie had warned the Corleones just in time that they were ready. Although his attack was foiled and went by smoothly for the Corleones, this was officially a declaration of war. They would now hit the mattresses, because this was only the beginning. The war. Mariposa was determined to get rid of Vito by any means necessary, but at the same time he needed to be quick to make sure the other families don't start turning against him. He soon sent word to Al Capone of Chicago to send his 2 best gunmen to finish off Vito. However, thanks to Frankie, they were ready for them, and unfortunately for them, it was Luca Brazzi who was at the station to greet them. They then took them to an abandoned warehouse, and, well, I'll let your imagination do the rest. Vito then sent back a chilling message to Capone, which read, "You now know how I deal with enemies. Why does a Neapolitan interfere in a quarrel between 2 Sicilians? If you wish me to consider you as a friend, I owe you a service, which I will pay on demand. A man like yourself must know how much more profitable it is to have a friend who, instead of calling on you for help, takes care of his own affairs and stands ever ready to help you in some future time of trouble. If you do not wish my friendship, so be it. But then I must tell you that the climate in this city is damp, unhealthy for Neapolitans, and you are advised never to visit it." In The Art of War, Sun Tzu states, "Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as the night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt." Vito followed this principle, and it worked perfectly. The Capones sent back word that they would not interfere again. This further humiliated Mariposa, and now Mariposa had Vito's undivided attention. Vito wanted a strategy that could end this war as quickly as possible. It was not going to be easy, but he no longer had a choice. He ordered hits on Mariposa's operations in gambling and unions, 2 of his most important sources of income. But the reasoning behind this is what's interesting. The reason was not just so Mariposa loses some of his own income. He already possessed a large war chest, but rather to make him lose the loyalty of his key men, who were the ones who would be affected the most. But his strategy goes further. He also ordered his men not to go too hard on the Rosato or Barzini brothers, which is quite strange from the outside, yet brilliant at the same time. He was thinking ahead. He knew that Mariposa underestimated the true power of the Corleone family, in which in the past few years had grown exponentially. And we'll get into that in a minute, but his strategy in regards to the Barzinis and Rosatos was essentially to divide and conquer. You see, the other families feared Mariposa, not just because of who he was, but rather who was under him. In fact, Vito and all his inner circle considered Mariposa stupid, and they treated him as such. was never the biggest threat, it was his capos that everyone didn't underestimate. Vito didn't need to completely decimate Mariposa's entire organization. He just needed to take out the head of the snake. As mentioned in the 36 stratagems, to defeat the bandits, capture their leader. If the enemy's army is strong but is allied to the commander only by money or threats, then take aim at the leader. The rest of the army will disperse or come over to your side. So, after the war, he would need to deal with them. Therefore, making unnecessary moves that could be detrimental in the future was unwise. Even though they were outmanned, they still fought. Mariposa definitely underestimated the Corleone family, which was another strategy Vito utilized. But what happened next would completely change the course of this war. My fellow citizens, we are at war. Following the
I
attempt
just
on
lit
Genco
up.
and Clemenza, it was no longer
Let's do
safe for
this.
the family to reside so close to the action. So Vito had to speed his plans along and finally move his family into the newly built Corleone compound on Long Island. Barzini described this new compound as an impenetrable fortress with a large wall around the compound with various guard posts. Vito was now quite literally untouchable, so Mariposa would need to get creative. A few months earlier, Vito was personally invited by the councilman to join a parade alongside the mayor and all the other big shots that was to be taking place in the spring. Now, this was a couple of months ago, and now with everything that's transpired since, Vito needed to consider if it was a safe move to make. After some consideration and discussing it with his consigliere, given that the mayor, congressmen, judges, journalists, not to mention an army of cops attending the parade, Vito reasoned that Mariposa was not stupid enough to get slick at an event like that. The heat that would come would risk the very survival of all the families across the country. It would undoubtedly turn against him, so he saw no need to cancel his plans to attend. But he still took some precautions. He tasked Clemenza and Luca Brazzi to handle his and the family's security. His men would never be too far away. The parade began, and it was great. Vito was with his family, who were all in the festivities. What happened next? Well, changed everything. Out of nowhere, a man jumped over the barricade shouting Luca Brazzi's name and started shooting wildly. What ensued was utter chaos. Brazzi was hit, but still managed to land a few hits. When more of this gang seemed to appear out of nowhere, Corleone men then sprung into action. Sonny held Tom with one hand, and the other held a gun, firing it at someone. Vito sprawled over his wife and kids, soon getting his hands on a gun himself, both taking out a few of the assailants. But within the chaos, Vito was shot and fell to the ground. Brazzi, who was shot himself, took Vito to safety. All of this happened within a matter of seconds. Soon an army of cops descended onto the scene, arresting everyone they could, including Sonny and the injured Vito, who was thrown at the back of a police van with no concern over his injuries. This was a very costly move, and everyone was now going to have to pay the price. Mariposa had brought in an Irish gang who had a vendetta against Luca Brazzi, and now Vito Corleone, who had taken Brazzi under his wing. They were supposed to get the job done so that the other families have someone to blame. He knew that no one would be happy with handling matters in public, and so it came with a lot of risk. The bosses understood that to survive, they needed to remain underground, as far away as possible from the public eye. Now, an army surrounded Vito's home in Hell's Kitchen. This was an obvious play, attacking Vito when he seemed vulnerable. But no one thought Mariposa would take such a dangerous risk. The entire country was now talking about this mysterious organization called... talking about all the innocent victims that were caught in a crossfire. It affected not just Mariposa or Vito, but all of the New York families. This was the worst mistake Mariposa could have made. He took a risk, and it completely backfired. The end was near. Vito was weakened, but Mariposa was also now not looked upon too favorably. Whoever makes the next misstep would end up being their last, and it wouldn't take long for it to happen. Later that same day, something almost no one saw. It was a day truly full of surprises. Mariposa's top capo regime, Emilio Barzini himself, traveled to Long Island to meet with Don Vito and broker a deal. But wait, why would Barzini want to betray Mariposa, his Don? Well, to answer this, we have to bring you back up to speed on something that happened within the Mariposa organization. You might have noticed that we mentioned earlier how there were two traitors within Mariposa's organization, the first being Frankie Pentangeli, and the other was T, who was Emilio Barzini's close friend and someone he looked up to. Barzini took him under his wing and always brought him along wherever he went. However, T hated Mariposa and so worked with Pentangeli to leak important information to the Corleone family. So what Mariposa did next sealed his fate. After the foiled attacks on the Corleone family, Mariposa knew there had to be a traitor, and for some reason had a feeling it was him. He was right, but Barzini did not know this, so he was pleased. He took him out right in front of him. And so, after the whole parade fiasco, and now his close friend, this was the last straw for Barzini. Mariposa had to go by any means necessary. Now, with all that in mind, Barzini came to Don Vito to make a deal to end this once and for all. He began giving condolences and then started explaining his discontent for what has transpired. This parade attack caused everyone to lose a lot of money. The cops were coming in with full force. No one was untouchable. He was nervous, surrounded by all of Vito's men, and after much back and forth, Barzini finally said it. Don Corleone, we believe you should be our leader. All of Mariposa's capos were also in agreement. The price? A fair division of Giuseppe's businesses. In the end, Vito agreed and told Barzini that Genco would be in touch to make the arrangements. Given the intel he was receiving, the fact Mariposa's men were standing to see their boss go insane, he knew they were too intelligent to stick around. The possibility they could switch sides was not too far-fetched, but this was only part of the truth. Vito needed to find out the real reason behind Barzini's betrayal, and then it all made sense. Once again, it was Barzini all along. Let me explain. You see, Vito realized that Barzini was the one who had organized the hit, once again hiring outsiders so they could blame it on that crazy Irish gang. But he didn't expect it to go so badly. Therefore, he was now scared of the other families turning against them. Barzini wanted to jump ship before it was too late. Given all the humiliation Mariposa and his organization suffered because of his various failures at taking out Vito, in addition to needing outside help from Capone, embarrassing him as well. And the simple fact is that he exposed himself quite clearly as a man whose word means nothing to him, a reckless man who can't be trusted. But now the question was, should Vito take out Barzini or trust him and his intentions? Here's how Vito thought about it. If he takes out Barzini, he would then need to fight Carmine Barzini, his brother, and the Rosato brothers, as well as Mariposa at the same time, staging out this destructive war. But with Emilio alive and Mariposa dead, there will be 5 families, and the Corleones would be undoubtedly the strongest of the 5. Vito's life goal was to build wealth for his family. He wanted his sons to enter the legitimate world and not suffer as he suffered, establishing the Corleone name across the country. With all this in mind, and given he was a student and by now a master of the game of power, he understood that there is no instance of a nation benefiting from a prolonged war. Quickness is the essence of war. Therefore, he knew he could rely on Barzini's genuine fear of all the families turning against him and Mariposa to keep his word, at least for the foreseen future. The final move. In the back room of a high-class restaurant filled with diners and celebrities sat Salvatore Tessio, who was to meet with Don Mariposa alongside Philip Tattaglia, Emilio Barzini, and Tommasino Cinquemani, one of Mariposa's most capable enforcers. You might be quite surprised why Mariposa was meeting with Tessio. Well, he simply didn't know that Tessio was actually a capo in the Corleone family. He was fairly distant, so everyone just assumed he worked for himself without taking sides, but he was in fact Vito's secret weapon. Mariposa was looking to make a deal with Tessio to do him a favor. They chatted for a while, making jokes and catching up. Tessio expressed his admiration and so on, then giving Mariposa the terms he wanted, and soon they had agreed on a deal. Barzini and Tattaglia excused themselves to quickly take care of some business. Tessio, Mariposa, and Cinquemani were now the only ones in the room, and then it happened. Tessio was the one who finished the job. Vito was now the one who held all the strings. The beginning of a new era, the era of the Corleone dynasty. The aftermath. After this victory, Vito held the very first official commission meeting, where he abolished the title of Boss of Bosses. However, the other Dons swore their loyalty and commitment for peace. They were now going to enter a new prosperous era, with Vito in the forefront. To make this video, we needed to do a lot of research. We analyzed the original novel by Mario Puzo, the film scripts, and really every other reliable source. But one of the main sources we looked at was the brilliant novel, The Family Corleone by Ed Falco. It's a novel based on an unproduced screenplay by Mario Puzo, who had passed away in 1999. It was meant as the prequel to Puzo's The Godfather film. If you're a Godfather fan, this novel is a must-read. It's got a lot of depth, and Falco does a great job to capture the essence of the original novel's characters, but also adding new characters and events. We only scratched the surface in this video, so I highly recommend that you check it out. Thank you for watching, and now, if you've enjoyed this video, wait till you see how this one ends.
Okay.
Vito Andolini of Corleone, Sicily, later revered as Don Vito Corleone, is perhaps the most notorious mafia character in history. Not only was he respected in the world of the Godfather films, but he also inspired and was imitated by real-life mobsters, forever cementing his character as what every gangster dreams of becoming. He was wise, smart, and powerful.
The game is actually going really good. I got the barn. I'm just trying to catch up on Money in the Bank right now. Oh, I'm trying to catch back up on my stock too, because it depleted while I was trying to move everything.
Vito possessed both street smarts as well as a high level of intelligence and wisdom that he garnered through his difficult upbringing. He also understood people.
But I've gone into mushroom making, mushroom growing, so
He would always benefit with or without them knowing. He always saw through their attempts to manipulate or play him, turning it against them. But he did not do it in an arrogant manner, where people ended up disliking him. Rather, he aligned himself as an equal ally that can be relied on. But how did he really become as powerful as we see him in the film? And that's what we will be exploring in this video. We will go through how an orphan became one of the most powerful men in the criminal underworld and built an empire reaching the highest levels of wealth, power, and respect. We will analyze all the events, including the
I mean, I got $128,000 on me. I just can't put it in the bank.
Maybe the single most important event that took place that propelled Vito into becoming as powerful as we knew him at the height of his power was dethroning Don Fanucci and taking over. This single event was the point in which Vito transformed into the wise mafia boss we now know. It allowed him to slowly wield power and influence in his neighborhood and slowly learn how to expand. So here's how it happened. New York, in 1917, Don Fanucci became aware of the partnership between Vito, Clemenza, and Salvatore Tessio, and demanded that they wet his beak, in other words, pay tribute to him. Fanucci had threatened to inform the police if the trio didn't pay a substantial portion of their ill-gotten gains as everyone else. Clemenza and Tessio were alarmed and had wanted immediately to pay Fanucci, as they were intimidated by him, certain that he was backed up by the mafia. While his friends were busy panicking, Vito calmly recalled everything he knew about Fanucci. He remembered that the boss walked the streets with no obvious protection, which had led to an incident where Fanucci was knifed by several neighborhood boys whose families he had tried to extort. He later murdered one of the boys, but had called off the vendetta after the families of the remaining two paid him an indemnity to forswear his vengeance. Basically, he got paid off. Vito guessed that Fanucci actually allowed himself to be bought off because he had gotten lucky and would be unable to kill the remaining two boys now that their guard was up, suggesting Fanucci worked alone without any major muscle he can send after them. Vito came to the realization that Fanucci only acted like he was a mob boss in front of easy-to-trick immigrants, as no mafioso would allow an assassin to live, even if paid enormous sums of money, and no member of any mafia would ever need or resort to informing the police as a threat. And as we know, Vito was from Sicily, therefore had seen what real mob bosses were like. He then came to the conclusion that Fanucci's life was not even
Ooh.
So JD Vance just delivered Dumb Omar some very bad news, and not only JD Vance, the Somali fraud mastermind, the woman named Amy Bach, she was the mastermind out of all of this, and she pretty much just snitched on Ilhan Omar, Tim Walsh. She pretty much just snitched on all of them, said that they knew about the fraud. But that's the same thing we've been saying for the longest, that this woman knew about it, and all of a sudden now you ain't worth $30 million? Oh, there was an accounting error. Now it's an accounting error because she's been caught. But Amy Bach is now facing
I gotta go
50 years
set
in
up my
prison.
mushroom guy.
And that's what President Trump want her to serve, but now she's coming out snitching on everybody. So let's dive straight into this right here to show y'all exactly what's going on. By Paul, he say Ilhan Omar referred for ethics investigation. House Oversight has referred Representative Ilhan Omar to the House Ethics Committee over major revisions to her financial disclosures. Her initial filing showed household assets as high as $6 million to $30 million, and amended filing dropped that dramatically to between $18,000 and $95,000. Omar's office called it an accounting error, like we stupid or something. The review focuses on changes in related financial matters involving her and her husband's businesses. Some are now calling for her to be subpoenaed to testify. Why did Ilhan Omar change her financials only after questions were raised about her husband's businesses? So if y'all look at this face right here, you can't tell me this ain't a fraud. You can't look at this face right here and tell me she didn't know exactly what was going on. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what is y'all getting out of this image right here of us looking at Ilhan Omar right now? What y'all think going through her mind? You can't tell me you don't see it. Just look in her eyes. And I guarantee you, you can see fraud written. You can see it everywhere. Just look.
Look. Look,
Let's
look,
get to
look,
this whole
look,
thing
look.
right here, because now
Somebody gonna look at this?
It's getting to that point where now she's been caught. So let's check out this clip right here.
The last time I spoke to you, you said that I was sued.
Come on, stop wasting my time.
Disclosure, but there's some discrepancies on there. Would you like to explain them? How did you make such a big mistake on it? So you think you're stupid for asking me anything? I am? Yes. Well, what about the American people who are wondering how you made such a big mistake? I have explained to the American people. What's the explanation? I have given them the explanation. Do you want to tell our viewers? Because I don't want to tell you jack shit. Oh, how about that? Okay. Have a good day. Thank you, guys.
Look how rude she is.
$30 million the next time she's not. Also, there's been a lot of investigation into what she knew about these welfare programs that have benefited mostly the Somali community in Minneapolis. But here's the financial disclosure revisions. The original reporting she wanted for her tax returns was at $6 million to $30 million. And then she said, I made a mistake. It's more like I'm worth $18,000 to $95,000. Is that a red flag to anyone?
She claims it was a discrepancy. And the House, that's a big one, right? And I think it's a big discrepancy between $6 million and $30 million. I mean, what is it? You should know how much is in your bank account, right, or how much you're worth. House Oversight has now referred the House Ethics Committee to investigate her. She's facing this intense scrutiny now, and they're demanding answers, and some of them have been talking about subpoena. James Comer could use his federal power to subpoena her. They tried to do this at the local level in Minnesota, but she needed 6 votes, and they had 5 Republicans and 3 Dems. So the Republicans didn't have the 6 votes they needed, so it failed. It killed the motion. But this goes back to Amy Bach. She made explosive claims. She is in a county jail, and she's the one that was convicted, the mastermind of the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme in Minnesota. There's her picture. Well, in jail, she was interviewed, and Amy claimed that Omar's office actively intervened, to sustain meal waivers when they were about to expire, and she says that Ilhan Omar knew about the multi-million-dollar scam and helped keep the program operating without strict inspections.
Wow, so Amy Bach said that Ilhan Omar knew about it, and by the way, they got emails and stuff together, so how's Ilhan gonna get out of this? And that's the thing, she's not gonna get out of it. Because like I said, it's just keep getting worse for Ilhan Omar. Here go J.D. Vance right here just yesterday by Nick Sorter. He said, VP J.D. Vance confirms the DOJ is probing Ilhan Omar over claims of immigration fraud against her. It's imperative that Omar is denaturalized and deported. Set an example, and let's check out what J.D. Vance had to say.
Okay. I figured out finally how the seating chart works.
I want to ask you about the anti-fraud task force. You previously mentioned that Ilhan Omar seemed to have committed immigration fraud. Do you anticipate an indictment against her, an indictment related to that situation?
Yeah, so Reagan, I don't want to prejudge an investigation. I mean, you read the things about Ilhan Omar and about, who she married and whether she didn't marry this person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there. But everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we think that there's a crime, we're going to prosecute that crime. And that's something the Department of Justice is looking at right now.
Exactly, because remember, Tom Homan had said something about that as well. So they definitely looking into it. And so, like I said, it's just going to continue to get worse for her. Ilhan Omar breaks silence on Minnesota feed now future fraud scandal, denying any knowledge of the scheme. So now she's denying any knowledge of it, but Amy Bach says she knew about it. And now she's facing 50 years, and she's like, I'm not going down by myself. Ilhan Omar put her up to it, whatever the case may be, is that then pointed the finger at Trump's USDA for setting the program's regulatory framework. The Minnesota House Committee tried to subpoena her. Democrats blocked it. And I showed y'all that video. I think we did that about a week ago where Democrats blocked it, blocked their subpoena. Said the committee's final report says Omar's Meals Act took the guardrails off federal nutrition programs, making it nearly impossible to verify if children were actually being fed. Hundreds of millions in taxpayer dollars stolen. Omar calls it reprehensible. Critics call her explanation revisionist history. So that right there is exactly what's going on, and she still don't want to answer any questions. Representative Ilhan Omar stays silent when pressed about her alleged ties to Minnesota's massive fraud scandal. So, you know, these reporters, they be trying to ask her questions, and she'll just keep walking because she don't want to talk about that. If they ask her something about Donald Trump, oh, she's ready to talk about that. But when they got something to do with her, she ain't trying to hear it.
Did you ask Minnesota Democrats to block the subpoena for the investigation of Feeding Our Future on the state level?
Look, she don't want to answer it.
The House Republicans are considering investigating Feeding Our Future now. Your role in it, would you cooperate with that subpoena and provide documents if they request it here in the House Oversight Committee?
Look how mad she is, y'all. She don't even want to talk. Look at her. She even to speed it up. She do not want to talk about this at all. But let's keep getting, you know, deeper and deeper and deeper with this right here. It's a boom. The convicted mastermind behind Minnesota's massive $250 million pandemic fraud scheme is facing sentencing this week, and prosecutors are demanding 50 years behind bars. Demanding 50 years. And you see the reason why she done came out and said, you know what, I'm not going down by myself. Ilhan Omar knew about this. What is wrong with them?
The Justice Department wants Amy Bach to spend 50 years behind bars, saying this, that she, quote, took advantage of a once-in-a-century global pandemic. Now, the Mastermind's defense team says that she should get credit for handing over documents that helped convict her co-conspirators. They're hoping for about 3 years in jail. Before she was convicted, Amy Bach told Fox News that state officials, like Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison, probably knew what was going on the whole time.
I told you, she letting the rabbit out the hat. And by the way, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let me know in the comment section who all stayed to the very end of this video. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all the support y'all show me. And I appreciate everybody who always let me know in the comment section, hey dog, I stayed to the end. I appreciate what you do. Thank y'all very much for that. But let's keep this going because we ain't done yet. Let's check out this clip.
Also in Minnesota, the convicted ringleader of one of the state's biggest fraud schemes is speaking to Fox News from behind bars. Now, she believes that the scam was no surprise to local Democratic leaders, and she's naming names. She spoke to Alexis McAdams. Hi, Alexis.
Hey, Dana. Yeah, so everywhere you look in the state of Minnesota, right, there seems to be another fraud scam. So this one involves Amy Bach. She's a Minnesota woman convicted of fraud for taking taxpayer money that was meant to feed hungry kids. But listen to this. Bach tells me the real issue here is the state of Minnesota, which she says kept giving scammers your taxpayer money even after they were flagged as fraudsters.
Wow.
I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of this.
And that's true, because remember I told y'all that when, you know, a lot of the employees in Minnesota came out and was telling, you know, Tim Walz, he told them to shut up and keep quiet because he wanted the fraud to continue. Remember, we went over this. Because like I said, all them employees, it was a lot of employees that came out and said that they told him and they got threatened that they was going to be fired if they kept talking. So they told him this years ago, and he told them to keep quiet. And you telling me Ildam, Omar, and all them didn't know about it? They definitely knew about it. And here go Amy Bach, who's facing 50 years in prison. And now she's just throwing them all under the bus. Saying, no, I'm not going down by myself.
Said they were involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware. But apparently I'm scary, so they couldn't do anything.
So Bach ran this nonprofit called Feeding Our Future. You might have heard of it. It was one of dozens convicted in this $250 million scam. You can see her mugshot there. Prosecutors say this group set up sham restaurants. They pretended they were making these meals. They got paid by the state for those meals, but they just pocketed the cash. Bach, who's looking at 30 years behind bars, tells me the state signed off on those businesses, not her.
It all went through a process.
She telling it all.
They were all approved. They were all paid by the state, yet all the fingers are being pointed at me.
And it's not just Bach. Whistleblowers told a congressional committee Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison there ignored warnings for years as millions of dollars and millions were...
Did I just not tell y'all that? That we covered this a while ago. That a lot of the, like whistleblower, a lot of the employees was telling Tim Walz and Keith Ellison them about it. And they got threatened to shut up and keep quiet about it.
Stolen on their watch. Congress is investigating a long list of massive fraud schemes in the state. It's hard to keep up. Prosecutors say it's led to at least $9 billion in fraud data and counting. Congress also asking why the Attorney General there would meet with a group of Somali fraudsters, which were under FBI investigation in 2021. The group can be heard in an audio clip given to us by Bach's lawyer, offering to donate to his campaign if he can help them get their funding flowing again. Ellison denies any wrongdoing here. He slammed Bach in a statement to Fox, calling her a liar and manipulator, adding now she's on a media tour to deflect her guilt onto others instead of finally taking responsibility for this fraud scheme that she ran. So
now y'all see how Keith Ellison trying to put it all out on her now? Oh, now she's trying to tell on me, so let me come out and say this. So now look what they did. They was all behind this, but since now she didn't got caught, now you got Keith Ellison coming out. Oh, she just on a media run. She just trying to lie on us. She need to take responsibility for what she did. I told you, man, these people ain't no freaking good, bro. They ain't no good.
So we reached out to Governor Walz too, Dana. He didn't get back to us. House Republicans say it's just getting started. They want to subpoena Walz and Ellison because they say they're responsible for ripping off American taxpayers.
Exactly. Now, I want y'all to listen to what this young lady had to say, because she had said something as well that I wanted to bring to y'all. So I wanted to make sure I included this clip right here up in here. Let's check this out.
Minnesota Somalian fraud queen Ilhan Omar, she's probably pooping her pants right now. If you haven't heard, over the weekend, New York Post released an article. They interviewed Amy Bach. She's the founder of the Feeding Our Future fraud scheme that stole $250 million from Minnesota taxpayers. And she said 100% without a doubt, Ilhan Omar knew about this. She knew that they were committing fraud. And Amy is saying that they are using her as a scapegoat because she's the only white person involved. She said that there's around 80 to 90 Somalians involved in this fraud scheme, and many of them came directly from Ilhan's district. Ilhan Omar is...
So she's saying that Ilhan Omar...
God
and all them
damn, she's busted as shit, dude.
So now, like I said, since she didn't got caught, that's why now they trying to put all the stuff on them so they can get away with it. They already stole money. They done stole money, so now since she been caught, they just
she should
put it
just
all on her
fucking run back to Somalia.
Wow.
She should just grab her bag,
around 80 to 90 Somalians involved
as
in
much
this
money
fraud
as she's
scheme,
got
and many of them
hidden
came directly
wherever.
from Elon's district. Ilhan Omar is denying any part of this, even though she's the one who introduced the Meals Act, saying that kids needed to be fed during the pandemic. Some of these restaurants claim that they were feeding 5,000 kids a day, 2,500 kids a day. One restaurant even claimed 21,000 kids a day. Amy said,
holy shit, 21,000 people a day.
Without a doubt, Ilhan Omar was in on this. She says she even has text messages and emails.
If you're feeding 21,000 people a day, you're not running a restaurant, dude. You are. That's what you're doing. Your job is feeding 21,000 people a day.
Happens to her in prison, so she can testify against Ilhan Omar. And I hope Ilhan Omar sees a lot of jail time because we all knew it. But now Amy has actually come out and said that Ilhan Omar played a massive part in this fraud scheme. $250 million just disappeared from the Minnesota taxpayers.
Wow. Boy. So we know for a fact right now Ilhan Omar. She is shaking. Tim Walsh, Attorney General Keith Ellison, all of them is shaking right now because they see exactly what's going on.
The convicted ringleader of one of the state's biggest fraud schemes is speaking to Fox News from behind bars. She believes that the scam was no surprise to local Democratic leaders, and she's naming names. She spoke to Alexis McGowan.
Exactly. I want y'all to hear that again. She's naming names. The Minnesota Democrat was accused of being involved in the $250 million COVID-era scam, which she denies, which we already know for a fact that she was going to deny this. And let's check out what Nick Shirley said. He pretty much saying Ilhan Omar is petrified. Let's check it out.
About where all this fraud taking place, it's literally not even a 10-mile radius where most of this fraud took place. It's within like a 2-mile radius. And this is all around where her congressional district. And so for her to say that she didn't know about this fraud is such a lie. And she's obviously trying to cover her face. I mean, look at her net worth. It just went down by $29 million.
Yeah. And we know that she had a relationship with many of the individuals involved in this, had campaign rallies at various restaurants connected to this and so forth.
Exactly, she did. So let's get into this right here about News Nation, because now Ilhan Omar is facing a deadline. Oh, boy. And I told y'all, the much as we keep going, the worse it get for Ilhan, because like I said, she's not liking this.
Minnesota lawmakers are saying time's up for Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, demanding she respond to their questions about a $250 million child nutrition fraud scheme. Lawmakers are seeking Omar's written and electronic communications involving the state's Feeding Our Future program. That COVID-era program claimed to be serving thousands of meals to children all across the state, but the former nonprofit misused millions of dollars in taxpayer funds, resulting in dozens of indictments. State lawmakers want to zero in on any correspondence she had with the owners of a restaurant where she was a regular, that restaurant now known to be an epicenter for fraudulent abuse. News Nation's Rich McHugh was the first to report on the $1 billion of fraud over the last year, joins us live. So, Rich, what happens now?
Hi, Nicole. Well, let me break this down. So the head of the Fraud Prevention Committee in Minnesota says that Ilhan Omar essentially helped pass this law, the Meals Act in 2020, which allowed for the Feeding Our Future scandal to begin with. They want to talk to her about that, and they also want to see her communication with some of the fraudsters who've already been convicted. She has, to date, ignored them, and she has no longer she hasn't provided any of the documents. So they say now they want to try to subpoena her.
Yep, and that's what it is. So she don't want them text messages and stuff to get out now. Hopefully they can get the text message from Amy Bach. She said she got several text messages, between her and Ilhan Omar back and forth and stuff like that. And so why y'all think Ilhan Omar don't want to show up? Why you think she don't want to give over them messages and stuff? I guess she's trying to delete all this stuff right about now.
It's very disappointing. She is an elected member of Congress who has passed a federal law that created the conditions for the biggest COVID fraud scam in our state's history and in the country. And the fact that she won't come and answer questions about that, and for her to just go to the committee, show disdain for Minnesota taxpayers by not answering really basic questions. And if she has nothing to hide, she should come before the committee and explain it. We've invited her. She's always ghosted us. So we sent a letter asking for documents that were in the trial exhibits. And today we will try to subpoena those documents.
Some of the documents they're seeking are communications between Omar and the convicted ringleader of the Feeding Our Future scandal, Amy Bach. These communications were exhibits in the federal case against Bach, which you can see listed here. Now they're under seal by the court. Bach was convicted of wire fraud, conspiracy, and bribery in the scam, which was said to be feeding millions of meals to children at restaurants like the Safari, which seats 35 but allegedly served 18,000 meals a day. The same restaurant that Omar had ties to and held campaigns. The Feeding Our Future program was the largest ever COVID fraud in Minnesota.
Thank you for watching.
So y'all notice she skipped the meeting. She says Representative Omar recently skipped the Minnesota fraud because she don't want to turn over any information. She don't want to turn over anything. She want to keep everything here because she has been caught. Now, I do want to check out this clip right here from Newsmax, because like I said, they was talking about this as well. And let's see what they had to say.
Amy Bach, the ringleader behind the $250 million Minnesota fraud scheme tied to the nonprofit organization Feeding Our Future, reveals during a jailhouse interview that she struggles to believe that Ilhan Omar wouldn't have known about it. Omar's name appeared at least 6 times in this fraud case, according to federal court documents. Okay, this story, I think it was the New York Post that had it. I am like kind of I wish Jason was here because he always brings this woman up. But the stuff she said was so alarming, Daniel. First of all, she had 6 email exchanges with Omar, okay? She mentions that in, I think one of her quotes, she says that there's like 80 to 90 people that have been charged. She's the only white one. She also noted that in 2021, well, in a 2021, and she's facing like 100 years. This is pretty serious. In a 2021 email, she flagged fraud, some restaurant that was allegedly Terrio like this, 21,000 meals a day, was making 21,000 meals a day. She flagged it, and she was told, I guess, in response that they don't handle fraud.
Sounds like Jose and Trace, when he's feeding kids abroad during war, they crank out those meals.
But if you're flagging fraud and then you end up being, charged in this fraud scheme, isn't that part of the problem? Wouldn't that be part of her defense? Like showing the emails where she's been alerting some people to like, how is a restaurant making 21,000 meals a day?
Yeah, just because you're like alerting fraud doesn't mean that you may not be, that you're not also part of the fraud. And so, that might have been the cover that she was doing. But I think that this is very troubling for Ilhan Omar about just trying to address this issue. She hasn't, she doesn't want to testify about this. And so a lot of people think that, she's being pretty evasive here. I do think that Republicans have to they have a balancing act, that they can't make this entire midterm election on fraud, but as a base turnout scheme, I think it does work.
I know Terry and Matt, you guys are both dads of a lot of kids, so might make a lot of meals in your house, but 21,000 a day? I mean, like, how crazy is that? How does that not like jump off the page?
That's
There's
crazy.
fraud going on here.
The sad thing is, I'm afraid it's the tip of the iceberg for the fraud that goes on with the trillions of dollars we spend in our government. So a little bit of oversight would go a long ways. But the good news for the Democrats, they can always just change the rules.
So just so everybody can remember, y'all remember when she threw a little party and stuff right here? This is the little Safari restaurant. Say campaign event for Ilhan Omar at the Safari restaurant, whose owner was convicted in the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme and donated to her campaign. Ilhan's deadline to produce documents is today, and lawmakers are looking for her communications with this restaurant. Look at him. Look at him. That was all jumping around, happy and stuff like that. And let's not forget this right here. Y'all remember, this is the same restaurant. Here's Ilhan Omar's promoting the Safari restaurant in Minneapolis for feeding kids. The owner who donated to her campaign was convicted in the Feeding Our Future $250 million fraud scheme. They stole $100 of millions of dollars from hungry children. So just so y'all can remember this, check this out.
horta aad iyo aadaan ugu faraxsanahay in maanta Safari aan soo gaarnay sida dadka badan ay u og yihiin ciyaalkeena yaryar ilaa iyo number la eg 20 milyan oo ciyaal iskuuley ah waxay cuntadooda ka helaan iskoolka kaliya marka.
So all this right here was just for a video. You see they fix in place, and you telling me that they was feeding 21,000 kids a day? You not feeding that many kids in a day? You're not even cooking that much food in a day to feed 21,000 kids. So just so y'all know, they was doing this for the camera. So she'll walk a plate out there to a car. It's like, where's the parking lot? It should be like a parking lot or something of a whole lot of people just coming to get food. You don't even see that. So you knew something was going on. So they was doing this for the camera, acting like they was like fixing food and stuff like that. When they turned the cameras off, yeah, they was the one back there eating all that stuff up. That's what it was. They was eating it up.
waxaan fursad u helnay in aan sharci soo gudbino oo la dhahayo Meals Act oo u fududeynayo in waqtigaanaytii pandemic aan ku jirno oo dhalinyarada iskoolka aynan joogin oo guryahooda ay joogaan aynan gaajoonin oo familkoodii weli ay fursad u helaan in cunto ay helaan oo meelo qaarkood laga qaybinayo ay cuntada ka soo qaadan karaan marka aadaan ugu mahad celinaya Safari in ay tahay meelahaasaytii oo diyaarinayo cunto maalin kasto dhalinyarada ciyaalkii iyo familkoodina ku taakuleynaayo cuntadaasaytii maalintii kaliya Safari waxay cunto siisaa 2,000.
You got about probably 50 or 60 plates on this table right here, and you telling me you feeding 21? Look at this, 2,300 families and kids. She's already lying. 2,300?
300 oo ciyaal ah iyo familkooda taas waa mid muhiim ah sida aad u ogtihiin dhalinyaro badan gaajo ku nool waddankaneyti ama familkooda fursad u helin in quraac qada iyo casho ay siiso marka in qadadaasaytii ay meel ka helaan aaday u muhiimsan tahay bishaan ramadaanka oo familiyaalkeena badan iyagoo aan shaqo haysanin iyagoo aan taakulayn kaleeta helaynin in aynan ka walwalin ciyaalkooda yaryar sidii ay qado ku siin lahaayeen waa muhiim marka waxaan u mahad celinayaa safaariyo kaleeta iyo dadka badan oo maalin ilaahay keeno fursad u qaatay in ay u volunteer gareeyaan oo ay taakuleeyaan familiyaalkeena.
Look at this, all for the cameras. It was a whole lot. Look at it, got 2 plates and talking about you feeding 21,000 kids. Look at this. So they had a random car just pull up. A random car just pull up, and she gonna put 2 plates back there saying, but they feeding 21,000 kids a day. 12,000 kids a day. It was a lie. All this stuff right here was just for the cameras. That's all it was for. Like I said, when they cut them cameras off, Ilhan Omar and everybody in it over fixing that plate was eating it. All of them was eating it. They must think we stupid or something. So like I said, y'all get in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think about this. I will keep y'all up to date as more information, comes up and stuff like that. So once again, thank you all for watching, especially the ones that made it to the end. I appreciate all of you. Y'all definitely help me out a ton by staying to the end of these videos and letting me know in the comment section that you did so. So like I said, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Sit Down with Michael Francis, and as always, I hope everybody is doing well, everything is okay on this end. Today is Mob Movie Monday, definitely a follower favorite, I know you all like that, and today we're going to do one that I thought I had done already, but for some reason I didn't, I missed it, I don't know how. I think I spoke about it a little bit, but I never really reviewed the movie. We're going to do it in detail today, and it is The Irishman. Easy one for everybody to see. It's on Netflix, and it's a great movie. A little bit long, but a great movie, but I think you'll enjoy my review because I'm going to get specific on some scenes that I really love because of their authenticity. So, here we go. The Irishman. You know, the movie was actually a troubled production from the start, moving around Hollywood for a while. They couldn't get it financed. And finally, Netflix picked it up. They paid them a whole bunch of money. I think it was well over $150 million production. But with that kind of cast and, 3-hour film and a Scorsese deal, that's what it's going to cost. But Netflix finally picked it up. They spent the money on it. It had a very limited release theatrically, and then it went to Netflix. You can get it now if you're a subscriber. I recommend that you watch it if you haven't watched it already. I heard a lot of stuff about it. Michael, it was too long and all this kind of stuff. It was a great movie. Some new things that happened in there. They used this new technology to age some of the actors, Pacino, Joe Pesci, some of these guys. It's kind of new technology, but for me it worked. It really worked. Some people had a problem with it. I thought it was worked well, and they'll continue to do it, and they'll continue to obviously perfect it. But it worked well, and it kept the actors in one role. You didn't have to use 2 people as they age, so it was good in that regard. So again, the movie was based upon a book, I Heard You Paint Houses. It was Frank Sheeran's biography. And again, Frank Sheeran was not the killer of Jimmy Hoffa. He was not the killer of Crazy Joe Gallo. Both of these scenes are depicted in the movie. Didn't happen. Joe Gallo, I know for a fact. It was my time, my crew, was the Columbos. And I'm telling you for a fact, Sheeran did not commit that murder. We know who did. We'll leave it at that. I think some of it became public at some point in time. I don't remember, so I'm not mentioning anything at this point. But anyway, let's get into the film. I will tell you this. There's some scenes in this movie that I thought were brilliant. Really, I mean, really brilliant. For me, the 2 greatest actors in the film were Pacino, who played Jimmy Hoffa. Brilliant. He lit up the screen every time he was on it. Some people said he overacted. I don't think so. I thought he was brilliant. And Joe Pesci. a complete departure from what he normally did. You know, he's always the crazy guy in the film. He always lights up the screen also. Now he played a very laid-back Russell Bufalino, who I knew well. I knew Russell, not that I did business with him, but when I was a recruit coming up, my captain at the time, Andrew Russo, and our boss, acting boss for Persico, Tom DeBella, would meet often with Russ Bufalino. We'd go and drive and meet him. And at the time, I had my automobile agency. I had a car agency, and I was always driving a nice car, so they made me their official driver while I was a recruit. The only thing is, I never drove. I had to sit in the back. Andrew drove, and Tom DeBella sat in the front in the passenger seat. You know, one crazy thing I can just tell you, they both smoked, and they would never open up the windows. Remember that scene in Donnie Brasco? Pacino was smoking, and he said to Depp, "You're killing me with that draft." I cracked up because that's exactly what was happening to me. I'm sitting in the back. I opened up the window one time. Andrew said, "Hey, you're giving us a draft. Close the window." The place is covered with smoke, and I had to just inhale it, you know. So that scene cracked me up. I'm diverting a little bit from this movie, but just had to mention it. But anyway, I used to drive them all the time to meet with Russell. They had business going with him, with some union stuff, few other things. I really wasn't privy to it because I was a recruit at the time, and I didn't get to hear everything. But I met Russell several times. He was a gentleman. He was very laid back. I enjoyed being in his company. He always treated me well with a lot of respect, and I appreciated that. I never did business with him later on. But I will tell you this, Joe Pesci captured that role brilliantly from what I knew of Russ. He was terrific. And such a departure from what he normally did, you know, being a laid-back guy like that, carrying himself with dignity. And I will tell you this, some of the things that really impressed me in this movie, Harvey Keitel played Angelo Bruno. Angelo Bruno was the boss of Philadelphia at that point in time. I didn't know Angelo. He later got killed. He got blown up in a car. There was a war going on at the time. But anyway, my cellmate over in Terminal Island, when I was doing time, was Rosario Gambino. Rosario was the nephew of Carlo Gambino. He was a Philadelphia guy, and he was under Angelo Bruno. And he would tell me a lot of things about Angelo.
Yeah, there's
a
lot of Gambinos in the Philly mob.
Him and fair with his crew. I don't know what happened. I don't remember the circumstances under which they killed him, but whatever, that's mob life, it happens. And that was my connection to Angelo Bruno. And from what I was told about him, because Rosario and I were cellmates for well over a year. We spent a lot of time together. Good guy, by the way. He got a 45-year sentence for a drug rap. He was Sicilian. He wasn't a naturalized citizen here, so when he got out of jail, they deported him back to Italy. His family was nice. My wife and his family got very close. Really nice people. Anyway, I believe he's back in Italy now because he finally got out of jail. Good guy. But what he told me of Angelo, I believe Harvey Keitel played that role really well. So what I want to do is I want to talk about a couple of scenes in the film rather than talk about the entire movie, because I already told you the plot was wrong. Sheehan did not kill Hoffa, so that kind of ruined it for me in that regard. He did not kill Joey Gallo. I'll say it again. So that part of the movie wasn't accurate. However, there was some scenes in there that were portrayed so well that really brought me back to my former life and let me think about it. So I want to go through them scene by scene. Again, brilliant, and just give you my perspective on it. So the whole movie is Frank Sheehan's story about how he got close to Jimmy Hoffa, and you know, the climatic ending is when Sheehan does kill Hoffa. Let me give you a couple of scenes that really mattered to me, that just really lit up. And they weren't the most dynamic scenes in the film, but they were important to me because it brought me back. There was real authenticity and realism in the way they were portrayed. Frank Sheehan was played by Robert De Niro. De Niro's always brilliant, you know that. De Niro's a truck driver. He was a union guy, and that's how he kind of got involved originally with Russ Bufalino. He meets him at a gas station. They connect later on, and Sheehan starts to get into the life, so to speak. Eventually gets close to Hoffa through Russ Bufalino, and the story kind of evolves from there. But there's a scene there when Sheehan meets up with a guy by the name of Whispers, who's kind of a mob guy. And Whispers says he wants him to blow up a place, a factory. It's a factory that makes napkins and things for hotels. Anyhow, he's sitting down with him in a restaurant. He says, I want you to blow this place up. He pushes an envelope over and says, hey, you're going to make some money. So Sheehan takes the job, and he blows the restaurant up. Next thing you know, the scene later that I'm really referring to is Russ Bufalino, who now had a relationship with Sheehan, calls him and says, we have a meeting. You got to come. So he goes to the meeting, and who's there but Russ Bufalino, Joe Pesci, Harvey Keitel, who plays Angelo Bruno, and Sheehan. And Angelo starts to question Sheerhan about the factory that he blew up. And he says, I want the truth. Tell me the circumstances. So Sheerhan tells him what happened and how Whispers paid him to blow it up. Well, it turns out that Angelo Bruno was a partner in the place. You don't blow up any made guy's place of business. But anyhow, Sheerhan says, hey, I didn't know it. I'll give the money back to the guy. You know I would never disrespect you. I love the way Pesci was just sitting there, and he was kind of looking this way and looking that way. He didn't say a word. He let Angelo handle everything. He didn't say a word. Sheerhan said, I'll give the money back. I didn't know. I would never disrespect you. And Angelo knows that. But I'll tell you what, whether he knew that or not, you don't blow up a guy's business. He could have got killed. Absolutely got killed. And at one point, Angelo turns to Sheerhan and says, you got a very good friend over here, a really good friend, pointing to Buffalino, meaning that if you didn't have this friend, you'd be a dead man right now. And Sheerhan understood that. He got it. So he says, look, I'll give the money back. And Angelo looks at him and said, you don't need it. He says, no, I want to give the money back. I don't want any trouble. And Angelo looks at him and says, you don't need it, meaning that they're going to kill the guy, so you don't have to give him the money back. Just the way the whole scene was played out was so authentic. So obviously Sheerhan now, to make good and to kind of make reparation for what he did, he gets the contract on Whispers. He meets him on a street corner, walks right by him, boom, boom, 2 shots in the head. That's the end of that. So he made up for it. He got to keep the money too. But the whole scene was played out so well. So often, you know, what I liked about it is that you had 2 bosses there. Sometimes we get wrong impressions of way, you know, mob guys carried themselves. But Angelo Bruno had a certain dignity at that table. You sat down with him, you knew you were with an important guy. The same with Russell. Never said a word, but the way he stood there, the way he carried himself, and I got to tell you, I was in so many of those meetings, and I like to think I carried myself in a way that people looked up to us. Not some of the stuff that you see in today where everybody's just a thug and just a, you know, a killer and all. It wasn't that way, people. We didn't handle ourselves that way. And the bosses like Carmine Persico, like Sonny Francis, like Carlo Gambino, like Fat Tony Salerno, even like the Chin, they carried themselves in a certain way. You knew that these people were important. And when I see that, I'm sorry, I'm not glorifying the life, but I'm just showing you there was a different side of things. That in this life, we didn't survive and prosper for over 100 years by being street thugs and animals on the street. We survived by being smart, by carrying ourselves well, by making people like us. You know, it wasn't always about killing people and hurting people and leaving them in the street. You're hearing a lot of that on social media right now and on YouTube. That's not the way it was at the top level most of the time, at least during my time. And I you know, I can state that emphatically. So it was a great scene in that regard, and I really appreciated it. Another scene that I thought was brilliantly done was with Pacino and the guy who played Tony Provenzano. Tony Pro, who was a made guy out of Jersey crew, right? And they're sitting in the cafeteria, Hoffa's eating ice cream, right? And Tony Pro comes over to sit down at the table with him, and they're having a discussion. And it starts to get heated. And you know right away that Hoffa doesn't like Tony Pro. You can see it, right? And Hoffa's eating his ice cream, and Tony Pro is talking about money that he wanted returned to him, $1.2 million that's supposed to go back to him. And they were both in jail on the same case, it seemed. Tony Pro is saying, I want my money back, and Hoffa's saying, you're not getting your money. And Pro says to him, but you had $1.5 million. You got that money back. He said, yeah, but that's my money. You're not getting yours. And they're going back and forth and back and forth, and you can see it's getting a little heated. And Tony Pro is getting mad, and Hoffa is not respecting him because they don't like him. He's eating the ice cream. Eventually it gets into some real heavy words, and Hoffa calls him out, you know, calls him names. And he said, you people. And Tony Pro says, you people? In other words, you mob guys. He was talking down at him. Tony Pro gets mad, and before you know it, he jumps around the table. He grabs Hoffa. They're rolling on the floor. Correctional officers come, and they break it up. They're screaming at one another. Bad blood, right? Bad blood. But it was a great scene. Just the way the two of them acted, I thought it was brilliant, and I can see things like that happening, really. Okay, so now we have a continuation of that scene. They're both out of prison. Hoffa's now is trying to get back into leadership position in the team. Says he wants to run it again. And he needs Tony Pro's endorsement, because Tony Pro is a powerful guy in his local. He's the head of his local in Jersey. So they meet in Florida. Sheerhan is there with Pacino, and they're waiting for Tony Pro to show up, and he's late. And Hoffa has a thing. He don't like anybody to be late. And you know, I got to tell you, in that life, you can't be late. I think I told a story more than once about me being late one time, you know, when I had a meeting, and I was a recruit again. And I'm coming on a Bell Parkway. I had to meet with Andrew Russo and Tom DeBell. I was driving them somewhere, and I had to meet with them, and there was traffic unexpectedly on the Bell Parkway, because I always left early. But there was an accident or something, whatever. I got there late. And forget about it. I got a tongue lashing. They don't care what happens. Jump in a helicopter, get out and walk, hitch, do whatever you got to do. Get on a bicycle. You got to be on time. And on time meant if you had a meeting at 8 o'clock, you had to be there at 7:30. You can never be late, right? So I'll never forget. After I got the tongue lashing, they sent me home. They said, we don't need you anymore. They said, next day I want you to meet in front of Monty's restaurant in Brooklyn on Carroll Street. He said, be there at 1 o'clock. Well, I got there at 12 o'clock. And I'm standing outside, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I wouldn't move, right? Finally, Andrew and Tom DeBella drive up in the car. Andrew rolls down the window. He said, you got the message? I said, yes, boss, I got it. He said, fine, now go home, I'll see you tomorrow. Taught me a lesson. I was never late again, trust me. So anyway, true stuff like that. So anyway, Pacino was mad, and he's telling Sheehan, I ain't waiting any longer. I'm not going to wait. And Sheehan is saying, calm down, you know, he'll be here. You need the guy's endorsement. Sit here and wait. And he's heating up, right? He don't want it. Finally, Tony Pro walks in. He walks in with his driver. He's dressed in shorts. It's Florida, you know, it's hot out, 90 degrees or whatever. He's dressed in shorts, and he sits down. And Pacino looks at him, and he said, you come like that for a meeting? Dressed in shorts like that? Pacino's got a suit on. And they go back and forth. Yeah, well, it's Florida. It's hot. He says, I don't care. Wherever I am, I dress in a suit. And for a meet, that's how you dress. And they're going back and forth and back and forth. It has nothing to do with what they're meeting there for. And you know why that's so funny? Because so many times the old timers like Hoffa, even though he wasn't a made guy, they're so technical. You could spend a half an hour talking about what kind of dinner you ate last night that has nothing to do with the meeting that you're there for. You know, you can get lost in that because
it's
they
going
were so
all right.
technical. I was in so many
I was actually gonna
with the old timers especially. They
end it
first
soon.
wanted to talk about something that had nothing to do with anything. Just technical. So I'm laughing as I'm watching this. I'm saying this is so true.
I was having a little trouble keeping up with
back and forth over number one being late because
supply, but I got my
never
stash
waited
is
any longer than
starting
10
to fill up.
minutes for anybody. And Tony Pro looks at him and says, no, I think 15. 15 is good. And they're going back. No, he said 10, Hoffa said. And he goes, no, 15. 10, 15. Everybody, all four guys are getting involved. 10, 15. Finally, they cut it in half. And they say, how about 7.5? It's going back and forth. Two issues that had nothing to do with the main issue that they were there. They were already mad at each other before they started. So now Hoffa says to him, I want your endorsement. He said, you want my endorsement? He said, yeah. He said, well, I want my money. He said, well, we'll get to that. Fitzsimmons controls that. He said, Fitzsimmons already gave me my money back. That's the money that they were talking about, you know, the pension fund, whatever. That's the money that they were talking about in prison that got them in a tussle. So Tony Pro says, Fitzsimmons gave me what you wouldn't give me. So this is going really bad. Hoffa says, I want your endorsement. And he's not being really respectful. And Tony Pro says, I'll give you an endorsement, but first I want something from you. I want an apology. An apology for what? An apology for saying, you people, right? Pacino ain't giving in. I keep going back, Pacino, Hoffa, you know what I'm talking about. They go back and forth. Finally, Pacino had enough, and he calls him out. He calls him every cuss word, blah, 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 and boom, they start fighting again. Tony Pro says, I'm going to kidnap your kids, your grandchildren. Hoffa explodes, jumps on him. They're on the floor. That was it. The whole meeting was over with. Now, I will tell you this. I have probably been in more sit-downs than I can ever remember. I never one time seen anybody raise their hand. Hoffa, for that reason alone, would be a dead man. Because Tony Pro is a made guy. You don't ever raise your hand to a made guy. I don't care what people are telling you on YouTube or what on the internet, you don't do that. You could ask Sammy Gravano that too. You never raise your hand to a made guy. So that in itself set the fate for Jimmy Hoffa. That was it. You don't get beyond that. But there's more to it. But anyway, great scene, very realistic. Okay, another great scene that I'm picking out scenes that I love. Bo Dietl. I don't know if you know who he is. He has a podcast now. He was an ex-NYPD cop terrific guy. I love him. He's a friend of mine, but he's an actor now. But he's so realistic in every role that he plays, so realistic. So he hooks up with Sheerhan to do a favor. They blast some cars, they threw him in the water, whatever. And he's close with Hoffa. So he now is bringing Sheerhan over to Hoffa, Pacino, to let him know what a great job that Sheerhan did, right? And before that, you see the scene that Hoffa don't drink. He don't want to drink, he don't want to do anything. But Dito wants to be in a meeting, he wants to have a couple of drinks. So what does he do? He takes a bottle of liquor, vodka, whatever it was. He cuts out a watermelon, and he puts the liquor in the watermelon because he knows Hoffa don't like watermelon either, right? And so they go into the meeting, and Bo Dietl is being himself. He's just so authentic. He's terrific. He's a Brooklyn guy, and he's just terrific, right? And Brooklyn or Bronx, I don't know where he comes from, but he's in that section, right? And so he's talking up Sheerhan. He's eating a watermelon at the same time, and just doing a great scene. He offers the watermelon to Hoffa. Hoffa says no way because he hates watermelon. Just the whole scene. Again,
Buddy's sleeping here on my lap.
You're in a scene, you light it
I don't
up.
know where
I love
Shoujo
you.
is.
I got a television series that's coming up. You got to be.
Is she in the tower? Yeah, she's in the tower. I could see her.
That's definite. Now, I don't cast everybody, but I got a little control. I have something to say, so I definitely want you in.
She's sleeping in her little basket.
Another great scene. Got to watch it. Another great scene.
This goes here.
It's a courtroom scene where Hoffa's in the courtroom. Something is happening there. It's a crowded courtroom. His stepson Chuck is sitting in the row behind him, and all of a sudden, some guy walks in with a gun and takes a shot at Hoffa. The place goes crazy. Hoffa charges him because he sees him with the gun. Before you know it, Chucky jumps on this guy, got him on the floor. He's beating him up.
Yeah, that's kind of her spot.
Security comes in. They break it up. They caught the guy away. And then Pacino again.
Buddy's too big for it. He doesn't fit in it.
Say he overacted. I don't think so. I thought he was terrific in this movie. He lit up the screen every scene he was in. So now he's telling everybody what happened. Now, they were there, they saw it, but he said, hey, you see, he had the gun, I charged him. When a guy comes with a gun, you charge. Now, if he's got a knife,
you know what
run.
time?
Gun,
it was only
charge,
3.5 hours.
Run. But the way he said it and his mannerisms.
I usually I usually only do about 3 in the evening.
Chucky and he hugs him. He said, I raised this kid because Chucky jumped right on him. He was beating the heck out of him. Just a brilliant, brilliant scene. Gotta see
I pull most of my
These are the
viewers
four
in the
scenes
morning,
that
so.
really stood out for me. Made the movie terrific for me. I'll be honest with you. Because
The
anytime
evening
I see
is
something that I believe
more.
is really authentic and really
I'm going to be
brings me
playing
back to my
video
former
games
life,
anyway. I
love
might
it.
as well stream.
Authenticity means everything to me. I told the producers, I told the writer in my TV series that's being casted right now, authenticity means everything. And they're really giving me a lot of courtesy in that regard in consulting them on different scenes and the writing and so on and so forth. So
I did all the research.
This
The
scene,
morning is when
brilliant.
I get the
One other
most
thing I do
viewers,
wanna
so
mention
I
that
make
was
sure
very
I play
authentic.
something
Hoffa
good
got in
then.
trouble with Robert Kennedy.
And I
Robert Kennedy was
I
the
stick to
Attorney
the
General
schedule.
at the time. He chose Hoffa. He picked Hoffa. went
Even though
after
I
him. He
do
thought that the
sometimes
union
go
was
over.
mob controlled. He thought that Hoffa was running it like a scam, and he went after him. Eventually, put him in jail for I think 10 years. Hoffa had to step down, as you know. Fitzsimmons went in. When Hoffa comes out, he wants his spot back. He was told by Buffalino several times in the movie, you just got to stop. You got to relax. And what I did like here, Russell really did try to talk to him and said, Jimmy, you got to stop. You don't get it. You got to stop. You're not going back into the top slot. And Jimmy Hoffa said, no way. It's my union. I made it. He was kind of disrespectful at one point to Buffalino, and he wouldn't stop. As a result,
I'll
you know the
eventually get
story.
back to it.
He did get killed. I'm not going to get into all of that. I told my Hoffa thing.
I just wanted to switch around so I didn't get bored with it.
If you want me to do it again, just put it in the comments. Michael, do it again, and I'll tell you it again. But let me say something about Robert Kennedy. You know, I believe that he was the one that went after my father. Because at the time, in those early 60s especially, Hoover, who was the head of the FBI, wouldn't even acknowledge that the mafia existed. He didn't want.
You know what? I was
he had
literally
things
just
on
thinking
Hoover,
about that
and he
like
wouldn't
20
even
minutes
acknowledge
ago.
the existence of the mafia. It was Robert Kennedy that started this. He's the guy that put my father away. He was behind it. I believe that. No
I was
doubt
running
about
down
it.
the street,
And he's the guy that went after Jimmy Hoffa.
and I
You know
just
the
got
story
the
with
urge
Kennedy.
to
He
start
eventually
punching
got killed,
people.
along with his brother John.
And I was
Obby.
like, you know
But
what?
as
I
the
haven't played
movie
GTA in a while.
proceeds, We see that Sheerhan is given the contract.
Yeah, I'm eating
according
Doritos.
to this version that Buffalino
I
gave him
have
the contract to kill Jimmy Hoffa.
late
His
night
stepson
loaded
Chuck was
taco
involved in luring him to a
Doritos.
certain place.
They were on
going to a
special.
meeting. Hoffa gets killed in the house, allegedly by Sheerhan. Again, that never happened. It wasn't true. But that's how basically
I went
the story
grocery shopping
unfolds and
today.
leads up to. That's the climax, and then the story ends pretty soon after
I got
that.
Chewy
So
Chips
again,
Ahoy for breakfast.
Great movie, not based totally on fact. I'll say it for the last time. Sheerhan was not the shooter. I believe I know who was the shooter. I'm not going to say it again because I don't have any backup, any real proof. I only have the guy's word, and I have tape recordings of the guy who brought me that word, and I believe they're authentic. But again, I don't know where the body is. I was told where it might be.
I do eat a lot of, like,
find the body, why bring up the story again?
I guess
There's no
munchies, like
proof,
chips
no
and shit like that.
corroboration to it. Doesn't matter. You
But
don't
I
wanna go
don't
there
eat
again.
out a
But at
lot.
some point
I don't
in
eat
time,
a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
do these
fast food.
tapes. I'm gonna let
I
people
cook
hear it.
most of
They
my
can make up
meals.
their own mind. The shooter, I believe, is still alive. I'll leave it at that. So that's it. Good movie. Watch it. If you haven't seen it, you got Netflix, go and watch it. You may want to watch it in 2 parts if you can't sit through 3 hours. I know everybody's attention span isn't like it used to be way back when, but I recommend that you watch it.
My mom taught me to cook.
That's it for today. 2 things I want to say. MichaelFrancis.com. Join the crew.
She taught me that if you don't need a woman, you could pick one you want.
Content in there. People are loving it. We got so many testimonials you're going to hear at some point in time, but it's growing daily, and we're having a blast with it. People are really benefiting by it.
I like my cooking. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, most other people would try my cooking like it.
So for all those of you who subscribe, we appreciate it very much. Subscribers are important. You get notified whenever something happens, so we appreciate that. That's it for today. How do I always leave you the same way? Be safe, be healthy, God bless, and God willing, I'll see you next time.
All right, hang on, dude. I'll hook you up here in a sec. No. Actually, when I was married, I did most of the cooking.
Okay, when I introduce you, I'm gonna say, this is a friend of mine. That means you're a connected guy. Now, if I said instead, this is a friend of ours, that would mean you were a made guy. Capiche?
Yeah, friend of mine, friend of ours. What do I call you, friend of ours?
Keep your fucking mouth shut about me.
Hey everyone, Michael Francis here. Welcome you to another edition of Mob Movie Monday.
Hang on, let me turn this.
My name is Michael Francis, and I was a former capo.
What's up? What's up? I do not have children. It just never happened for me. I don't have anything against children. I would have liked to have had children, but I don't have any. Never happened. I mean, I don't have anything against kids. No, I'm pretty close with my niece. I like children. I mean, I don't have anything against children. I just happen to never have any. I'm 55 years old. I'd have to find somebody in their 30s or younger, and I don't know if those type of women would marry me. Although men can produce children until like in their 80s like their whole life. Women go through menopause, men don't. Theo Von's dad was 70 years old when he was born. So oh, I better launder some money. No, I better order stuff. Where's my deliveries? I need one of these. I need one of these, right? Yes, one of those. Alright. And who's texting me now? Oh. Behind the supermarket. Run, 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 come on. I need to do stuff before the cops come out. First of all, I can't afford a wife right now. I've got a career I'm trying to start. I would like to make enough money to move out of Pennsylvania. I'd like to move down south somewhere. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to sleep. I'm a baron. Alright. That sounds impressive. Gotta unload trucks first thing in the morning. I think I'm going to need a car soon. All right. It's Sunday. I got one more day. God damn it. What happened to that mailbox? Oh, I forgot to do the laundromat. Guys didn't remind me. Oh. Jump. Yeah, I'm putting it all over there. All right. Whoops. All right, let's go mixing. Why is my guy wearing hard sole shoes? Zoop. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Na-na-na-na. Na-na-na. Oh, he's got plenty of space. Hey dude, how you doing? You don't look so good. You should do something about that hair. Got crow's feet. You need to moisturize. It's still only Sunday. Alright, come on, come on, come on. I might as well grab 4 more things. Bing. Alright, this will be the last round for that. That looks like it'll go through. Didn't I order more? Well, it already came. I might should go take care of Brad. Alright, well, then I'm gonna go take care of, what's his face? Well, goddamn, I was gonna log out for the rest of the evening, but I got 81 viewers now. So I think, I'm gonna crack open this here Red Bull. Push this a little further. Did you say it looked that motherfucker gave me? Here you go. Sorry, G. Why did I come here? home slice is probably out now too. Yep. There it goes. Hang on, before I do that, let me talk to old Fungal Phil. You didn't have to get all gay on me. Let me slap some of this in the... I'm hoping to save up to buy the car wash soon. I don't remember how much I needed. I think I needed 50 G's. $20 G's. I'm halfway there. You know, we already decided that. Oh, 7 Days to Die I'm doing in the morning. I'm going back to the OG. I should probably change it on my schedule, but I'll probably be too tired for that. So I'll change it in the morning. But yeah, I was going to play 7 Days to Die in the morning. Though I had a GTA Jones. This is my cut right here. Boop. Boo doo boo doo boo doo. Out of bags? Almost out of bags. Oh, where I go, I need one of these. I need one of these. I need one of these. And you might as well give me one of these. Wait, can I cancel this order? How do I cancel an order? That's not what I wanted. Can I cancel an order? I guess not. I guess I'm getting those. But I do need that one. Oh well, I guess I'm buying seeds while well, this is going down. Oh, I needed to do my next round. Let me run and try to take care of this shit. Oh, I could launder more money while I run by the post office. I think I got 2 messages that time. Let me drop off this. And get to the bungalow, hopefully, before the cops bust me. You know what? I don't have a bed in the hotel room anymore. I keep forgetting that. Let me check my messages. It's only the one. Alright, I don't owe him any money. I'm hoping I can get the dirt before morning, or before curfew. I think I hired my mushroom guy a little too early. I should have stockpiled a bunch of shit. North Arcade Wall. Fuck. That's way back here. Check on this guy real quick. Everything look good in here. I'll let you go for a minute. What's up, Austin? Long time no see. Shit, that's the fuzz. My delivery game, cool. Had to ditch that cop. God damn it. I don't think I got any place I could stash these for right now. I can in here. Waiting for others. There's others? I don't understand why it says waiting for others. I'm saving my game just in case something screwy's happening. I think I'm gonna run to the other joint and try it. There's cops up there. Oh, so they're up on that corner tonight. They never have cops downtown. We're done. Get out of here. He's gonna sit there till morning, probably. Dumb jerk. Alright. Yeah, I want to send these through one more time. Yeah, get them all. At least 4 on each one. That's what I want. Alright. Let me get these for my, I think my mushrooms need one more. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to be out of baggies. What does it mean waiting for others? We're going to have to look it up. Boop. There's the save button. I'm going to save it. I'm going to quit, and I'm going to come back in. And I'm going to try it again. Something weird's happening. I don't like it. It stinks. Quacking slappers. There we go. Oh. Oh. Oh man, I gotta drop all this stuff off. I got a lot of stuff to do this morning. And then wait, where do I gotta go? Laundromat. Watch out, pig. Dude, I didn't grab it. I hate when I do that. God damn it. Get out of my way. Punch you right in the mouth. A lot of cops down here today. There, I got it now. Right? Why can't I? I couldn't have fucking run through all that money already. Dude, there was like $6 grand in there. I know I'm making stupid money off the mushrooms, but hey, it was $6 grand in supplies. You sure about that? You sure about that? Oh, look at that. I guess Right. There you go, buddy. Oh, that's why. Because it was already had one going. Alleyway behind the grocery store. Alright. Mushroom guy should be happy for a minute. You know what? bunch more stuff in here for you there, G-Monkey. No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to let the other guy do that. You're just going to trap me up in here, aren't you? Alright, well, I'm taking the bed then. I probably should clean up this room because this is eventually where I'm putting the meth lab. Oh, wait. Oh. Who's talking to me now? Okay. Of course, as soon as I'm out of the neighborhood. Well, I'm running out of weed. Do I have anything up for grabs here? I do. Oh, let me, you gotta be, like, specific with the mushrooms, man. I don't like that. Like, you gotta be right on. I think the cap is producing drag. They should drop it with the cap first. That's a cool color. And he's off. Oh, this is a Crimson Canary right here. Gimme. Which guy needed it? I don't remember which guy, I guess we're just gonna go to every guy here. Huh? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna give you a break because you're the new guy. Make me some money, man. Forgot it was after curfew. I almost ran right up on that cop car. take 2 of them off of you. Motherfucker. That was close, man. Had a lot of drugs on me. That would have been good getting caught. I'm gonna stay the night here. Yeah, I could take one more of these off your hand. Oh, I gotta go all the way back for her. God damn it. Alright, let me launder my money and drop all this crap off. Oh, tearing the ass right out of me. Why am I here? I don't know why you only got 2 Gs, but... Oh. I guess you're filled up. Alright. Alright. Need one of those. Need one of those. Need one of those. Oh, cops are up there. Yeah. I pulled the audience, man. What do you want me to tell you? I hope it doesn't go too late, because I gotta be up at 7 to do another stream. Alright, this is going through one more time. So that means the stuff that's in the machine right now has to go through one more time. Alright, and I got the perfect amount of stuff to do that. Actually, they both have to go through one more time. Well, I guess they don't necessarily have to, but I would like, wait a minute. Yeah, that ain't fucking working. That ain't working either. There you go. I start at 7 now instead of 6. And I overslept today, so. But I will set an alarm tonight. Oh, a dinging one. Alright, hang on, I'm gonna put all these in. And then, move, jerk. I need 160 donuts. And don't ask questions. All right. Starting to catch up on the drugs. Come on, come on. How you doing over here? Ooh, you're almost full. I should probably hire a guy to clean up for you. I might be able to afford that now. No, I'll wait till morning. Oh, I didn't realize there was a truck out there. Alright, now I can wait till morning. I'm a kingpin now. The other two are probably going to call me up real soon.
Mm. Mm.
Let's go see what Molly's got going on. Where Molly at? Where Molly at? Nope, you have to get rid of that. That's not my problem. Well, I saw Brad out selling, so... Alright. I think that's enough to buy the car wash. truckload of stuff. Oh, just baggies. I think that's... Now, let me see what you got going on over here. Oh. All right, let me run to the bathroom right quick while those are brewing. Grab some more tea, too. Alright, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. I had to give the kitties food and water. Well, they didn't necessarily need food. They needed water, though. I just filled up their food dish. They're over there drinking water right now. I'm sure once Buddy's done, he'll come over here and snuggle up to me. 'Cause he's my buddy. Ba, ba, ba. Here comes Buddy, laying right there on my arm, huh? What are you looking at? What were you looking at? You're a good buddy. Oop. Pop off these last 4.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes. Oh, just wait. 5 hours. What's up with that dude? Alright, I got 15 seconds left. I feel like yeah, this is gonna be my last day. Once I go to bed here, I'm gonna. As soon as I go to sleep in this game, I'm gonna log out. I'm just gonna finish out this day. Oh crap! I don't have enough stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna finish out this day and then go to sleep or log off. It might be sooner than I thought, but. I'll walk it. I mostly got that for transferring goods. Who was it? Oh, there's two of them, huh? Brad, alright. That's cool because it's in the alley behind the grocery store.
Hmm.
10 G's, hey, good work. You're a good boy. I'm fucking super tired. I just want to finish out this day. Oh, behind the store. And this guy's just fucking pain in my dick. How about we meet face to face from now on so I can buy more of this stuff, man? You're killing me. No, I'm referring to that fucking guy. Oh, I got a lot of mushrooms. Alright, well. Whoa! Yeah, I'm so tired my eyes are starting to water. Seriously, as soon as I get here? Alright, I'm turning in. I will see you guys in the morning. I'm playing 7 Days to Die, just like the good old days. Alright, I will see you 7 a.m. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.